Yes, my name is Mark Salvi. I'm a staff land negotiator for ConocoPhillips Company, and our business address is 925 North Eldridge Parkway, Houston, Texas 77079.
And Mark, have you testified before this commission before?
Yes, I have.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
And are you familiar with the land matters associated with each of these proposed spacing units?
Yes, I am.
I'd move the testimony of Mr. Salvi be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Mark, let's look at your exhibit L1, and can I have you identify the proposed spacing unit you're asking for?
Yes, Exhibit L1 is a locator map showing the proposed spacing unit comprising of sections 17, 20, and 29 of Township 147 North, Range 101 West in Yankee County, North Dakota.
Okay. Let's move on to L2 then. Can you describe for us your working interest in that proposed spacing unit?
Yes, ConocoPhillips Company owns approximately 66.67% working interest in the proposed DSU, and the remainder is unleased federal acreage.
Okay. Questions for Mr. Salvi? I'd offer the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Mark, sections 29 and 32 are currently a stand-up 1,208 acre dwelling unit. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
So what's going to happen to section 32 if this application is approved?
So section 32 was recently included in True Oil's proposed 3-section DSU directly to the north. That I believe that comprised of 148, 101, section 32, 147, 101, sections 5 and 8.
I'm talking about section 32 of 147, 101.
Oh, to the south. Excuse me. We are still finalizing our full development plan in this area, but we don't intend to strand it.
So how is it going to be? How is it not going to be stranded?
I don't have that information right now, but we can provide the commission with that as a follow-up supplemental exhibit.
Burlington has proposed 4-mile horizontal wells before, or have they?
Yes, that's correct.
We're drilling one right now.
So why not drill a 4-mile well here?
And Mark, if you're not sure and you need to defer that to Brenton, that would be fine too.
Yes, we can defer that to our geologist, Brenton Chesnick.
So you alluded to plans. There are plans not to strand section 32. Will you submit something that will show the commission that?
Yeah, we can provide us something.
Yes, we can provide that.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chetnick,
Yes, good morning.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter to be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do, yes.
Brenton, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, my name is Brenton Chetnick. I'm employed by Burlington Resources as a staff geologist, and our business address is 925 North Eldridge Parkway, Houston, Texas, zip code 77079.
And Brenton, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes, I have.
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the geology underlying the spacing units that are going to be requested today?
I am, yes.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Chetnick be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Brenton, let's start with your G1. Can you describe for us the structure underlying this proposed spacing unit?
Yep, Exhibit G1 is a structure map taken on the top of the Upper Bakken Shale showing 20-foot contour intervals and a kind of a simple dip off to the northeast. No structures or anything that would preclude us from being able to fully develop the unit. And you can see in section 20, I've highlighted the type log that's on the next exhibit.
Okay, let's move on then to G2 that take us through that type log.
Yep. So this is a gamma ray curve of this Forest Service Federal 4320 well, and I've called out various stratigraphic markers and highlighted the Bakken pool and the top of the Bakken pool, 50 foot above the Bakken formation, and the base of the Bakken pool being the top of the Bird Bear, and then highlighting the middle Bakken notional target formation shown there by the star.
Sure. And then let's move on to G3. Can you describe for us how you intend to develop the proposed 1920?
Yep, so you can see the proposed 1920 and the 4 notional well locations and a conceptual pad location. What I'll highlight on this exhibit and all the other following exhibits for this morning is that we have done some remote sensing type of pad scouting for viable pad locations, but we've not done any type of field work on these locations. So you'll see that those are listed as conceptual. We don't see there being any issues with any of these sites that we've proposed, but I just wanted to highlight that to the commission, given that many of these units are out on Forest Service. We are anticipating longer than our typical pad and surface planning and infrastructure planning. So we just wanted to kind of highlight that up front. And then you can see the dashed laterals notionally, how we would space those within the proposed unit.
Okay. And Brent, as part of our relief in this case, we're asking the commission to extend the field boundaries for Bull Moose Field and include section 29. In your opinion, is section 29, the Bakken pool underlying those lands, is that part of the same common sources supply as the rest of the Bull Moose Bakken pool?
Yes, I would say so.
Okay. And then, in your opinion, if the commission were to approve this 1920, would that protect relative rights, prevent waste, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
Okay. And then, Brent, I don't know, like for purposes of this case, maybe you haven't evaluated, but you've probably heard Mr. Bohr's questions with respect to what development might look like further to the south. Did you want to touch on that now, or are you intending to supplement with that exhibit?
Yeah, so we will supplement with a broader kind of view of how we would describe not stranding those sections to the south that the commission is concerned with.
Okay. With that, I have no further questions at all for the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Brenton, when you were discussing your exhibit G2, you referenced the Bakken pool was from 50 feet above the top of the Bakken to the top of the Bird Bear. I just want to point out that the current Bull Moose Field pool, Bakken pool definition would include 50 feet above the top of the Bakken to 50 feet below the top of the Three Forks. Are you asking for a change to that, or is that sufficient for your planned middle Bakken wells?
So the 50 foot below that would be from the top of the Three Forks Bench 1 in the commission's view?
Top of the Three Forks formation.
And so on this type curve that I'm showing here, we define and recognize a pronghorn carbonate interval and then a Three Forks Bench 1 interval. Does the commission consider the pronghorn carbonate the top of the Three Forks pool out here, or would it be the Three Forks Bench 1 as I've called it out?
The pronghorn is considered part of the Bakken formation.
Okay, so we would be using that. We would then be referring to the Three Forks Bench 1, 50 foot below.
If that's the top of your Three Forks, yes.
Yes, we can modify this to reflect that that pooling. That will be sufficient for our development out here.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Brent or Mark, I should ask this earlier probably, but with section 20 being unleased, what are the plans for getting that leased?
Yes, so section 20 was formerly leased. It has not been renominated as of earlier this week. We are committed to having discussions with the BLM and on getting that nominated in an upcoming sale.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Landry,
Yes,
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Kane, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, my name is Kane Landry. I'm a rotational engineer for ConocoPhillips, and my business address is 925 North Eldridge Parkway, Houston, Texas 77079.
Hey, Kane, have you testified before this commission?
I have not.
Can I have you briefly take us through your educational background and your relevant work experience?
Yes, I have received a Bachelor in Science in Petroleum Engineering from Texas A&M University, and I have worked as a lower 48 rotational engineer for ConocoPhillips.
Okay. And Kane, are you familiar with the engineering matters that are associated with each of the proposed spacing units we'll be discussing today?
I am.
Okay. I'll move the testimony of Mr. Landry be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Kane, let's start with your E1. Can you describe for us how you would intend to drill and complete the wells in the proposed 1920?
Yes, so this is a standard wellbore schematic for a 15K well that we will be drilling and completing. Standard 3 strings with surface casing, production casing, and then 4.5-inch liner with 75 stages in the 15K lateral.
Okay. Let's move on to E2 then. Can you summarize the reservoir data for us?
Yes, so the following reservoir and fluids data is used to create an estimate for oil in place of 11.1 million barrels and an estimated primary oil recovery of 510,000 stock tank barrels per well. And that gives us an estimated oil recovery factor of 6.1% per well.
Okay. Then moving on to E3, can you describe what the economics look like?
Yes, sure. So with a gross well cost of $9.5 million per well and the following assumptions of 100% working interest and 87% royalty revenue interest, and a realized prices of $60 per barrel and $3 per MCF, and the following recovery previously mentioned, we get an undiscounted profit to investment ratio of 1.6 and a value of $3 million at a 13% discounted cash flow. This will represent a payout of 2.7 years and a rate of return of 29%.
Okay. I have no further questions for Mr. Landry. I'd offer the engineering exhibits and the gas capture plant affidavit.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? We've got to keep the record open. How about September 3rd?
September 3rd. Yeah, that should be fine, guys. A week from today to get that supplemental exhibit in to address the development to the south.
Yes.
Okay, that concludes our hearing for case number 31979. Case number 31980, application of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company LP for an order amending the applicable orders for the Bennett Creek Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping stand-up 25 60-acre spacing unit described in section 16, 21, 28, and 33, Township 147 North, Range 99 West, McKenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company LP, and I have the same 3 witnesses testifying in this case.
And they're still under oath.
Okay. And Mark, let's look at your L1 in this case. Can you identify the proposed spacing unit?
Yes, the proposed spacing unit is a 4-mile, 2560-acre DSU comprising of section 16, 21, 28, and 33, township 147 north, range 99 west in McKenzie County, North Dakota. The northern two sections, 16 and 21, are currently spaced as a 1280, and there's a single existing well, the Rose 147 99 28-2H well, that's operated by Burlington Resources.
Okay. And then moving on to L2, can you take us through the working interest in that proposed 2560?
Yes, so ConocoPhillips owns 50% working interest in this DSU, and other working interest owners comprise the remaining 50%. There's Burlington Minerals in sections 21 and 33. Northern Oil and Gas is a co-owner in the section 16 in the Rose DSU. And in section 28, there's multiple non-COPC working interest owners, including Phoenix, Northern CRI, and others.
Okay. I have no further questions for Mr. Selvey. I'd offer the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Mark, are you familiar with any of the lands to the north of this proposed spacing unit?
Yes. So the bulk, do you give us a question?
Well, I was just going to point out that the north unit of the park is a little over a mile to the north, and then there's some lands, considerable lands in the north half of this township that are not spaced. And then my understanding is they're part of the Long X Divide suitable for wilderness area.
Yes, that's correct. So direct, and you'll see in the next couple cases where we've applied for 3 mile 1920s. Directly to the north of this is what's categorized as not administratively available on the BLM website, closed to leasing, and it's part of the Dakota Prairie Grasslands Resource Management Plan. It's designated as a wilderness area.
So are there any intentions of trying to get these lands leased here in the current situation?
What do you mean the current situation?
Well, with the new administration.
Yes, we're definitely committed to having those conversations, but there's no imminent plans to get those tracts to change that designation. They've been listed as unavailable, closed to leasing for quite a while. And I know multiple other companies have tried nominating those tracts in the past.
Okay, thank you.
You can proceed.
Okay. Brent, let's look at G1. Can you describe the structure underlying this spacing unit?
Yep, so you can see the proposed 2560 spacing unit. And again, this is a structure map on the top of the Bakken Shale, 20-foot contour intervals. Very, very flat out here, almost 90-degree dips from the data that we're showing. You can see the type log in the section just to the east of the proposed unit, which is shown on the next slide.
Okay, let's look at that G2, the type log then.
Yep, so here on G2, again, I'm calling out various stratigraphic markers and highlighting the top of the Bakken Severance Pool, 50 foot above Bakken Formation, and here being the base of the top of the Bird Bear, with the middle Bakken target highlighted with the star.
Okay, and then moving on to G3, what would your development look like on this 2560?
Yep, so on this 2560, we're applying for a 4-well density. So you're seeing these 4 proposed well locations. When we get into the actual well planning, we may scoot some of these wells around to work around that Rose parent well that is shown in the north half of the proposed 2560. And we think there are multiple viable pad locations in the south portion of this unit.
Okay. And Brenton, in your opinion, then, if the commission were to approve this 2560 to allow this development to take place, would that protect relative rights, prevent waste, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
I do, yes.
I have no further questions for Mr. Chentnik. I'd offer the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Brenton, on your exhibit G3, Is the second well from the left only going to be drilled for 2 miles?
No, it's just kind of masked because of the parent well. It would also be a 4-mile lateral.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Brenton, I guess just another correction on Exhibit G2. In this case, the base of the Brenton Creek Bakken Pool is the bird bear, but the upper limit is actually defined as 100 feet above the top of the Bakken. So,
Okay, we will get that corrected. Thank you.
yep.
You can proceed.
Okay. Kane, let's look at your E1 and tell us how you would intend to drill and complete the wells on this 2560.
Yes, so you can see here on the exhibit a standard wellbore schematic with 3 strings. And for the 20K lateral, we'll be looking at 100 stage completion.
Okay. And then moving on to E2, take us through the reservoir data for this 2560.
Yeah, when looking at this reservoir and fluid data, we come to a oil in place volume of 11.1 million barrels in each spacing unit, with the primary oil recovery per well of 646,000 stock tank barrels, which represents a 5.8% recovery factor per well.
Okay. And then what do the economics look like moving on to E3?
So with a estimated well cost of 10.5 million and the following assumptions on the economics and oil recovery, it represents a undiscounted profit to investment ratio of 1.8. And with a 13% discount, we see a value of $4 million per well. This gives us a payout of 2.3 years and a rate of return of 35%.
I have no further questions. That offer the engineering exhibits and the gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff? That concludes our hearing for case number 31980. Case number 31981. Application of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company LP for an order amending the applicable orders for the Bennett Creek Bakken Pool, Mackenzie County to 1. Extend the field outline to include the east half northeast quarter of section 22, township 147 north, range 99 west. 2. Establish an overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit described as sections 22, 27, and 34, township 147 north, range 99 west, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit. And 3. Granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, PO Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company LP, and same 3 witnesses.
And they're still under oath.
Okay. And Mark, let's look at L1. Can you identify the proposed 1920 you're asking for?
Yes, proposed 1,920 acre DSU is comprised of sections 22, 27, and 34 of Township 148. Excuse me, it should say 147 North, 99 West. I'll get that updated.
Okay. And then L2, can you take us through your working interest in that proposed 1920?
Yes, so ConocoPhillips owns 33% working interest in this DSU. There's approximately 6.25% or 120 acres of unleased federal acreage in section 22, and the remainder is comprised of multiple other working interest owners, Phoenix, CRI, and several others. Phoenix appears to be the next largest working interest owner in this DSU and had approximately 10% working interest per conversations we had with them in June.
Okay. I have no further questions for Mr. Selvey in this case. I'd offer the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Mark, is that east half northeast? Is that part of that Long X Divide wilderness?
Yes, it is.
So how do you plan to get that leased?
Again, as I mentioned, we're going to have conversations with the BLM, try to get it nominated. If not, we would stop our laterals short of that northeast portion.
So with what, I don't know what your familiarity is with the long edge divide. I mean, is that a reasonable expectation that you get that east half northeast leased?
I think it's too early to tell. We have not had those conversations with the BLM yet.
Okay, thank you.
When is your intended development timing?
So, as you've seen in a lot of these cases, there's a lot of unleased federal acres, and as Brenton mentioned, service locations and infrastructure in this area are going to require significant planning and research. So they are part of our development plan, but they're not scheduled within the next 2 years. And so our development timing is largely dependent on when all this unleased federal acreage in this area becomes available for leasing.
Thank you.
I'll just note, I guess, that I don't believe there's any development in any of the 3 sections being requested here. The application was for an overlapping unit, but I believe it'd be the only spacing unit in the area once it's established.
Yeah, there's an existing 1920 in sections 20, 29, and 32 that was established by Order 21841.
You all set? Okay. You can proceed.
All right, Brenton, let's look at G1 in this case and describe the structure underlying this 1920.
Same structure map again. We're in a part of the basin where the dips are almost at 90 degrees, and our type log is shown there in the west portion of section 34.
Okay, and then same type log as the previous case?
Correct, and I think the correction that the commission pointed out on the top of the Bakken severance pool to be 100 feet above the top of the Bakken formation.
Yeah, and then in this case, Brenton, as well, the east half northeast quarter of section 22, not currently within the field boundaries for Bennett Creek Bakken Pool. In your opinion, is the east half northeast of 22 Bakken Pool underlying those lands part of the same common source of supply as the rest of the Bennett Creek Bakken Pool?
Yes.
Okay. Let's move on then to G3 and tell us how you intend to develop this 1920.
Again, out here, we've done some preliminary scouting on pad locations. The south half of this proposed unit has multiple viable locations that we can identify. And, depending on the unleased federal minerals that we've been discussing in the northeast portion of section 22, we would either stop these wells short of that lease boundary, or we were able to acquire those leases, or somebody else was able to acquire those leases, we would extend these to be full 3-mile developments.
Okay. And Brendan, in your opinion, if this 1920 were to get established for the development you described, would that prevent ways to protect relative rights and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
I do, yes.
Okay. I have no further questions for Mr. Chetnick. In this case, I'd offer the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Brenton, in this case, we're talking about the east half northeast of section 22. So if that well is drilled and cut short, should that east half northeast be part of the spacing unit?
I'd probably have to defer that question to our land guy, Mark.
The hope is to include that acreage. We can assess if that would still protect correlative rights, including that acreage or not. We can discuss offline if you'd like.
Well, I think, it's something to keep in mind, because if the if the space unit is the 1920, which seems appropriate, obviously the unleased federal tracks create an issue, but if the well is proposed to be cut short, it may have to be discussed at that time.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I think if it's determined at a later time that they're unable to get that federal acreage leased at all, then then they could come back and look at potentially down spacing to exclude that east half northeast.
Have you guys nominated any of these parcels prior to this? And if so, have they been canceled, or have you not nominated these parcels prior to this?
ConocoPhillips has not nominated them specifically to our knowledge, but these parcels were nominated by another company in January 2025.
So does Conoco intend to nominate those parcels as well? As well
I
as
don't
the
think,
other company?
I don't think they'd be nominated twice, but we'll reach out to the BLM and confirm our interest in these tracks as well.
Okay, thank you.
Brenton, just one additional note on your exhibit G3, bottom right-hand corner where you've got the township and range listed there. I think those are incorrect on that exhibit, right? That should be
That's correct. Yeah, those are carried over. We'll update those to reflect 147.99.
Okay. I think we can make the change here, but thank you.
So we'll get those updated. Thank you.
You can proceed.
All right, Kane, Exhibit E1, how would you drill and complete the wells on this 1920?
Yes, this exhibit shows a wellbore schematic for our 15K lateral well. We would use a 3-string design with 75 stages completed in the 15K lateral.
Okay. And then E2, reservoir data here, presumably similar to the last case, other than the size of the spacing unit.
Exactly, yeah, very similar here with similar oil in place recovery and recovery factor to the previous exhibits.
Okay. And then how about the economics then for these 3-mile wells on the 1920 E3?
Yes, the economics with the gross well cost of $9.5 million and the following assumptions on interest and prices. And with the recovery stated previously, we would get an undiscounted profit to investment ratio of 1.6 and a value of $3 million with a 13% discount, which represents a payout of 2.7 years and a rate of return of 29%.
Okay. No further questions for Mr. Landry in this case. I'd offer the engineering exhibits and the gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Kane, looking at your E2, the original oil in place you have calculated on here was the same as what you had in the previous 2560. Looks like the same parameters. Is that just a carryover?
Yes, so that's coming from some of the geological things we're seeing in the field. It's, yeah, similar parameters in oil in place per unit.
Well, what I'm saying is this exhibit says it's a 1,920 acre spacing unit with the same oil in place as the previous case's exhibit that had.
It's
2560.
first unit.
So is it just this number on this exhibit is the 2560 acre spacing unit value and not the 1,920 acre oil in place?
Yeah, I believe it's per spacing unit, so it's per 1 by 1 mile. So I guess we need to correct that.
We'll confirm the numbers.
We'll confirm the numbers.
Yeah, it looks like you probably just carried that over from the 2560 case, but
Rich, are you asking for a supplement of any sort? Or?
We'll confirm and respond either way, whether it needs updated or
might
not.
as well supplement the correction.
Okay. Go ahead and keep the record open until September 3rd.
Yep, thank you.
All right, that concludes our hearing for case number 31981. Case number 31982, application of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company LP for an order amending the applicable orders for the Bennett Creek and/or Ranch Creek Bakken pools to establish an overlapping stand-up 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 26 and 35, Township 147 North, Range 99 West, and sections 2 and 11, Township 146 North, Range 99 West, McKenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit or grants to the relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our September hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 31982. Case number 31926. Application of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company LP for an order amending the applicable orders for the Burning Mine, Bakken Pool, McKenzie County to 1. Extend the field outline to include sections 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, and 33. Township 148 North, Range 102 West. 2. Establish 3 overlapping 2560 acre spacing units described as sections 30 and 31, Township 148 North, Range 102 West, and sections 6 and 7, Township 147 North, Range 102 West. Sections 29 and 32, Township 148 North, Range 102 West, and sections 5 and 8, Township 147 North, Range 102 West, and sections 28 and 33, Township 148 North, Range 102 West, and sections 4 and 9, Township 147 North, Range 102 West, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled in each such unit, and 3 granted to the relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company LP, and there'll be the same 3 witnesses.
They're still under oath.
Okay, and Mark, let's look at L1. Can you identify the 3 proposed 2560s?
Yes, the 3 proposed 2560 acre DSUs are comprised of Townships 147, 102, sections 6 and 7, Township 148, 102, sections 30 and 31. That's the first. And then the next 2 are 147, 101, 5 and 8, and Township 148, 102, 29 and 32. And the final is 4 and 9, sections 28 and 33 of 148, 102.
Okay. And then moving on to L2, can you take us through your working interest in those spacing units?
Yes. So our working interest, we own 50% working interest in each of these 3 DSUs, and the remainder of each of these 3 is unleased federal acreage. So it's Burlington minerals in each of the odd sections and unleased federal minerals in each of the even sections. All the unleased federal tracts have been previously nominated by other companies, most recently in December 2024. It's pending concurrence of the Federal Surface Managing Agency, the U.S. Forest Service, and it has not yet been included on an upcoming lease sale.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'm for the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Yep.
Ready to go?
He's going to have a question.
Okay.
So, Mark, in this case, the stand-up 2560 of 28, 33, 4, and 9.
Yes.
There's a stand-up 1920 to the north of that, consisting of 4, 9, and 16 that has been drilled. So what's going to happen to section 21?
Yes, so sections 21 and 22 are on the September docket, case 32120 as a laydown 1280, and will not be stranded.
Okay, thank you.
You can proceed.
Okay. Brent, let's look at your G1, and can you describe the structure underlying each of these 3 proposed 2560s?
Yep, so you can see the proposed 2560s outlined in black, top of the Bakken structure maps, dipping down to the northeast, and I've highlighted our type log that's on the next exhibit, kind of in the southeast portion of these 3 units.
Okay. And then Brenton, go ahead and take us through your type log. Describe what you're showing on that E2 or G2, excuse me.
So again, this is a gamma ray curve of the Burning Mine Butte well, showing the top and base of the Bakken severance pool and the proposed Bakken targets.
Sure. And Brenton, in this one, the northernmost lands, those 6 sections in 148, 102, as part of our request, we're asking that those be included to extend the field boundary to include those lands in the Burning Mine Bakken pool. And in your opinion, is the Bakken pool underlying those lands part of the same common source of supply as the rest of the Burning Mine Bakken pool?
Yes.
Okay. Let's move on into your G3, and if you could walk us through what your development would look like on these 2560s.
Yep. So again, we're applying for 4 well densities for each one of these spacing units, and then we've highlighted these conceptual pad locations and a pad row on the south side of the unit. So again, we think there are viable locations both in the south and the north. We're just showing these right now on the south. There's a lot of U.S. Forest Service presence out here that we're going to need extended periods of time to work with on finalizing these locations, but we think that there's viable locations that we can come to an agreement on, and then you can see kind of the even spacing of the laterals through each unit.
Okay. I have no further questions at all for the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Brendan, on your G2, the current Burning Mine Bakken pool definition would include 50 feet above the top of the 50 feet below the top of the log, below the, apologize. It's 50-50 definition, so 50 feet above the top of the Bakken, 50 feet below the top of the Three Forks.
Got it. We will make that correction, and that we don't have any issues with that.
Okay, thank you.
Brent, on your exhibit G3, I think you may have alluded to this, but the wells are evenly spaced across the space unit, across the 3 spacing units, so it looks like they may be closer to the east boundary than further from the west boundary. Am I seeing that correctly?
I would say these are conceptual. We would very likely go with an even spacing between all the new wells.
Do you know what your interlateral spacing or what your planned interlateral spacing is?
It's going to be around about 1,300 feet.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
You can proceed.
All right, Kane, looking at E1, how do you drill and complete the wells?
Yes, so this is showing a wellbore schematic for our 20,000-foot lateral well. It's going to have 3 strings, and we're going to have 100 stages in the 20K lateral.
And then moving on to E2, summarize the reservoir data for these 3 2560s.
Yeah, so with the following reservoir, we get oil in place of 11.1 million barrels, which represents a primary oil recovery of 646,000 barrels per well with an estimated oil recovery factor of 5.8%.
Okay. And then what do the economics look like here, E3?
So we're looking at a $10.5 million per well cost, and with the following assumptions on interest, prices, and recovery, we get a profit to investment ratio of 1.8 and a $4 million value at a 13% discount with a payout of 2.3 years and a rate of return of 35%.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. I would offer the engineering exhibits and the gas capture plant affidavit.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Kane, it was alluded to earlier that sections 21 and 22 are on the September docket as a laydown 1280. Do you know what the economics of those wells are?
For which wells?
For a 2-mile horizontal lateral in this area.
I don't have that information on me. Yeah, we can provide it in a supplemental
Next month.
next month. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, I think it would be appropriate. I assume Burlington isn't in a big hurry for these orders. I mean, they'll want them sooner rather than later, but we can make that take administrative notice of the economics that are being presented in that case. In this case,
Yeah, that wouldn't be a problem at all. Yeah, and with the all unleased federal, it's
okay.
a
Thank
little
you.
ways out.
So I guess this development question is the timing the same as the prior cases where it's not in the next 2 years?
That's correct. Again, it's dependent on when that unleased federal acreage is available to lease and, pending discussions on surface and infrastructure.
Okay, thank you.
That concludes our hearing for case number 31926. Case number 31927, application of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company LP for an order amending the applicable orders for the South Boxcar and/or North Branch Bakken pools to establish an overlapping 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 27 and 34, Township 148 North, Range 102 West, and sections 3 and 10, Township 147 North, Range 102 West, Kansas County, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company LP. And Mr. Examiner, same 3 witnesses. And this case, it's adjacent to and directly to the east of the previous 3 spacing units in that last case, just different fields, so it'll look pretty similar.
Okay, they're still under oath.
Okay. And Mark, let's look at L1. Can you identify the proposed 2560 you're asking for in this case?
Yes, the proposed 2560 acre DSU is comprised of Township 147 Range 102 West, sections 3 and 10, and Township 148 102 West, sections 27 and 34 in McKenzie County, North Dakota.
Okay. And then on L2, what's your working interest in that proposed 2560?
Yes, so ConocoPhillips' working interest is approximately 50%. There's approximately 31.25% unleased federal, and then the remainder is other working interest owners.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd offer the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Mark, for the record, this in this case, the case that's going to be presented in September would address what's going to happen to Section 22 to the north.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
You can proceed.
Okay. And Brenton, let's, assuming this is pretty similar, but can you take us through the structure underlying this 2560?
Yep, same structure map, and I'm highlighting the same type log that's going to be just to the west of this particular unit.
Okay. And that's G2, the type log?
G2 type log, I will make the correction on the base of the severance pool to be 50 feet below the Three Forks Bench 1.
Okay. And then let's look at your development on this 2560 and G3.
Similar story here, conceptual pad locations and well spacing shown at that 4 well density.
And Brenton, again, if this were to be approved, would that prevent ways, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions. I offer the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
Okay. Kane, E1, would you drill and complete these wells the same as previously testified to?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And then looking at E2, I guess any differences here from the last case and the previous 2560s?
No, similar oil in place recovery and recovery factor.
Okay. And then moving on to E3 economics.
Yes, similar story here. With all these assumptions, we're getting a profit to investment ratio of 1.8, a value of 4 million, a payout of 2.3 years, rate of return of 35%.
Okay. I have no further questions that offer the engineering exhibits and the gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Wade, in this case, as in the previous one, you have any objection to us taking administrative notice of the 1208
No objection.
economics? Okay, thanks.
That concludes it. Oops.
Would a similar, I think, question is the development timing greater than 2 years out?
Yes.
And then would Conoco be able to develop this if they do not get the federal minerals lease?
Not as premised here. Section 10 is unleased, entirely unleased federal.
And then I think on Exhibit L2, it also says southwest quarter of Section 34.
That's correct. That's also unleased. Both tracks, Section 10 and the southwest of 24, have been nominated or pending concurrence from the U.S. Forest Service.
Okay, thank you.
That concludes our hearing for case number 31927. Case number 31808. Application of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company LP for an order amending the applicable orders for the Little Tank and/or Bowline Bakken pools to establish an overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit described as sections 1930 and 31, Township 148 North, Range 101 West, Mackenzie County, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company LP, and same 3 witnesses in this case.
They're still under oath.
And Mark, let's look at L1. Can you identify the proposed spacing unit you're asking for?
Yes, the proposed 1,920 acre spacing unit includes sections 19, 30, and 31 of Township 148 North, Range 101 West, and Mackenzie County.
Okay. And then L2, take us through the working interest in that 1920.
Yes, so ConocoPhillips has approximately 50% working interest in this DSU. Approximately 31.25% is unleased federal, and the remainder is a variety of other working interest owners at that 18.75%.
Okay. No further questions that offer the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
Okay, Brenton, let's look at G1. Can you describe the structure underlying this proposed spacing unit?
Yep. So again, structure map on top of the Upper Bakken Shale, simple dip off to the northeast, and I'm highlighting a different type log in the western portion of section 31 in the south section of the proposed unit.
Okay. And then let's look at your type log. What are you showing us there in G2?
Again, so this is a type log using the gamma ray curve, highlighting top of the Bakken severance pool 50 foot above the Bakken formation and the base of the Bakken severance pool, here shown as the top of the bird bear.
Okay. And then looking at G3, how would you propose to develop the spacing unit?
Again, four well density at about 1,300 foot interwell spacing.
Okay. And Brenton, would establishment in 1920 for that development protect correlative rights, prevent waste, prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, it would.
Okay. No further questions that offer the geology exhibits?
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from staff?
Brenton, in this case, looking at your exhibit G1, these lands, immediately to the east of these lands, is the Red Wing Creek impact structure. I'm not sure I see that honored, I guess, in the structure that you're presenting on G1. I would expect you to see something for sure in 28 and 27 to the east of it.
Yep, we are aware of the Red Wing impact structure. We do not have any 3D seismic data to constrain this structure map. This is based purely off of well control. So we recognize that structure is present, but its influence on these particular units, we believe, is minimal.
I believe we've seen previous cases, likely from True Oil, that have indicated where they've evaluated potential, call them ring fractures around that structure. Have you looked into any of that material, even if it's just in the public record?
We have seen some public record of that. We don't have the proprietary 3D that True Oil does inform our mapping.
If there is significant ring faulting around the edge of that structure, is it going to cause you problems when drilling a 3-mile lateral through that complication?
We've seen some successful wells by True and others in this area. We've seen some targeting changes by operators dropping their wells down into the upper portion of the pronghorn carbonate or Three Forks. So that's something that we would entertain when we got into the detailed well planning. Any other questions around this?
I'm currently thinking really hard about how I want to address whether or not this could be an issue or not. I think that the staff will have to discuss the concern being that if there is significant drilling problems, you got 3 sections that all 3 of them may or may not be impacted by the complication of Red Wing, whether they're appropriate to have in one spacing unit or not. We'll evaluate and discuss.
Yeah, we're happy to provide any information that's out there in the public domain. I know there are a few publications that have been made by True and others, but we don't have the level of detailed information to inform our maps this time that they would be able to provide on some of the exhibits that I'm sure you've seen more recently from them.
Yeah, so I guess what I'm going to ask maybe in this case is for you to supplement the record. Take a look at what you can find in the short term. Include some information of how you would deal with those complications while drilling through those areas if they are encountered, and some narrative on how you anticipate the productivity in the proposed spacing unit will protect relative rights if with those complications present. So I'm asking for a little bit more homework in this case.
Okay, we can write something up and get it your way.
Okay, thank you.
You can proceed.
All right. Kane, let's look at E1. How would you propose to drill and complete the wells?
Okay, yeah, similar wellbore schematic for a 15K lateral well with 3 strings, and we're going to have 75 stages completion design within the 15K lateral.
Okay. And then looking at E2, can you take us through and summarize the reservoir data?
Sure. Given the reservoir properties listed here, we're going to get an 11.1 million barrel oil in place with a recovery per well of 510,000 stock tank barrels, which represents a 6.1% recovery factor.
Okay, and then moving on to E3, describe the economics for us.
Sure. So with the following assumptions with well cost, interest, prices, and oil recovery. We get an undiscounted profit to investment ratio of 1.6, a value of $3 million at a 13% discount, and a payout of 2.7 years, representing a 29% rate of return.
Okay. I have no further questions for Mr. Landry. I'd offer the engineering exhibits and the gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Yes, similar to the last one, if the federal minerals were not able to be leased, would Conoco be able to develop these lands?
No. Yeah, some federal minerals are the majority of Section 30. They were nominated. They've already been nominated, but they're still pending Surface Managing Agency concurrence.
So that is that. Just to clarify, is that the Forest Service?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I do have one question. Do you know when those lands were nominated and when the Forest Service concurrence began?
They were nominated in 2021. They were nominated by another company, so we have not been privy to those conversations, but we will. We intend to push the BLM and Forest Service to expedite that if at all possible.
Okay, thank you.
Wait, does September 3rd work again?
Yeah. Brenton, there's maybe a more significant ask with respect to the supplemental information for this case. Is a week enough on that, or do you need longer?
Well, let's do a little bit longer, maybe 2 weeks.
Like the 10th?
Yeah, let's do that for this one.
Any objection to leaving the record open to the 10th? Okay, the record will remain open in this case until September 10th. That concludes our hearing for case number 31808. Case number 31809, application of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company LP for an order amending the applicable orders for the Little Tank and/or North Branch Bakken pools to establish an overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit described as sections 23, 26, and 35, Township 148 North, Range 102 West, McKenzie County, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota. Appearing in this case on behalf of Burlington Resources Oil and Gas Company LP, and the same 3 witnesses in this case.
They're still under oath.
Okay. And Mark, go ahead and look at L1 and identify the proposed spacing unit.
Yes, so the proposed 1,920 acre spacing unit is comprised of sections 23, 26, and 35 of Township 148, Range 102 West, McKenzie County. We're also showing several existing wells. There's a single lateral operated by CRI, Continental, the Boxcar Butte South Federal 126 well in section 26. And then there's 3 active vertical wells operated by Cobra Oil and Gas in section 35.
Okay. And then looking at L2, can you take us through the working interest in that proposed 1920?
Yes, so ConocoPhillips owns a 33.3% working interest in this DSU, and other working interest owners own the remainder. Preliminary title indicates that CRI owns the entirety of section 26 and Cobra Oil and Gas owns the entirety of section 35.
Okay. And Mark, would Burlington Resources work with the other working interest owners with respect to operatorship in the proposed spacing unit?
Yes, that's correct. We have not discussed operatorship yet with Continental or Cobra at this point, but we are committed to having those discussions, and it's worth noting that neither company reached out with any concerns about this proposed spacing.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd offer the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
Brenton, let's look at G1, describe the structure underlying this proposed 1920.
Similar structure dipping off to the north, and I've got a type log shown there in the middle portion of section 35 in the south section of the proposed 1920.
Okay, and let's look at G2. Can you tell us what you're showing on your type log?
So this is the north branch, 7-35, and I'm highlighting the gamma ray curve with different stratigraphic markers and highlighting the middle Bakken target and the top and base of the Bakken severance pool.
Okay, and then looking at G3, how would you intend to develop this 1920?
So again, we would be looking at about a 1,300 foot interwell spacing, and again, the pad location that's shown here is conceptual. We think that we have some potential viable locations given the vertical wells in the area in the south half of the unit, but we also recognize potential in the north half of the unit.
Okay. And Brenton, in your opinion, if the commission approves the 1920 to allow this development, would that prevent waste, protect relative rights, prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
I do, yes.
Okay. I have no further questions on offer the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Brendan, again, the G2 here, both the little tank and the north branch Bakken pools would have a 50-50 pool definition.
Got it. We'll make that correction. No issues there.
Okay, thank you.
You can proceed.
Okay. Kane, let's look at E1. How would you propose to drill and complete these wells?
Yes, so another wellbore schematic showing a 15K lateral. We're going to have a 3-string design here with 75 stages in the 15K lateral.
Okay. And then moving on to E2, can you describe for us the reservoir data?
Yeah, so with the following reservoir and fluids data, we get the following oil in place and recovery per well of 510,000 stock tank barrels per well, and an estimated recovery factor of 6.1%.
Okay, and then moving on to E3, what would the economics look like?
Sure, with a gross well cost of 9.5 million and the following assumptions with interest prices and the recovery of 510,000 barrels. We're looking at undiscounted profit to investment ratio of 1.6 and a value of 3 million at a 13% discount, a payout of 2.7 years, and a rate of return of 29%.
I have no further questions on offer the engineering exhibits and the gas capture plan affidavit.
The exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? That concludes our hearing for case number 31809. At this time, we'll take a 10-minute break.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. We are back in the record and we'll begin with, or resume with, case number 31983. Application of Hesbach and Investments 2 LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Manitou and/or Alkali Creek Bakken pools to establish an overlapping 5120 acre spacing unit described as sections 3, 4, 9, 10, 15, 16, 21, and 22, Township 155 North, Range 94 West, Montreal County, North Dakota, and authorize one horizontal well to be drilled in such unit or grant such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Hesbach and Investments 2 LLC. Have three witnesses testifying in this case as well as the next two. It'll be Derek Abrahamson, Othman El Halou, and Aisha Keshimir, and they're all on the teams. And Mr. Examiner, if I may, the next case on the docket 31709, it's tied to this case, and I would request, I guess, for purposes of hearing, maybe consolidate the two cases, and then with respect to presenting exhibits, it would make more sense to go through the exhibits in 31709 first. Reason being, that's for a 1920 and then a 5120 for the lease line on the west side of that, and then 31983 is for lease line well 15120 on the east side of that 1920. So,
any objection to consolidate? Okay, I'll call 31709 as well now. Application of Hesbach and Investments 2 LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Manitou Bakken Pool, Montreal County, North Dakota, to 1. Establish an overlapping 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 4, 9, 16, and 21, Township 155 North, Range 94 West, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled in such unit. 2. Establish an overlapping 5120 acre spacing unit sections 4, 5, 8, 9, 16, 17, 20, and 21, Township 155 North, Range 94 West, and authorize 1 horizontal well to be drilled in such unit, or 3, granting such other relief as may be appropriate. Okay, I will start swearing in witnesses. Mr. Abramson.
Yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Derek, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
It's Derek Abrahamson. I'm employed as a land negotiator for Hess Corp. Business address is 1501 McKinney Street, Houston, Texas, 77010.
And Derek, have you previously testified before the commission?
I have.
Have you had your qualifications received as Adam an expert?
I have.
And are you familiar with the land matters that are associated with the spacing units that we'll be discussing today?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Abrahamson be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Derek, let's start with exhibit number 1, and if I could have you identify the two spacing units you're requesting in this case.
Yeah, exhibit 1 is a location map of Township 155 North, Range 94 West, Montreal County. In blue are the existing underlying spacing units. In green is the requested stand-up 2560, which includes sections 4, 9, 16, and 21. And in the yellow is the requested 5120, and that includes sections 4, 5, 8, 9, 16, 17, and 20 and 21.
Okay. Moving on to exhibit number 2, can you take us through your working interest in the proposed 2560?
Yep. Exhibit 2 is a land plat showing the Ian Hawes proposed 2560. And in section 4 in the blue is a Missouri River operated Manitou 640. And Hess owns roughly 9% in there, and Missouri River owns other 91%. In green is the Ian Dakota Hess operated stand-up 1920 DSU, as being sections 9, 16, and 21. Hess owns roughly 89%, and Missouri River 5.5%. And the combined working interest for the stand-up 2560, Hess would own 69%, and Missouri River roughly 27%.
Okay. And then on exhibit number 3, can you walk us through the working interest in the 5120?
Sure. Exhibit 3 is a land plot showing the proposed lease line west well. In orange is the Ian Hagelin. Hess owns roughly 77%, Missouri River 10%. In the light blue in section 4 is the Missouri River operated Manitou. Hess owns roughly 9%, with Missouri River owning the other 91%. Being section 17 and 20 is the Hess owned Ian Johnson. DSU owns roughly 77% and XTO 12% and others 11%. And in green is the previously discussed stand-up 1920 and Dakota DSU. Owns roughly 90%, Missouri River 5.5%. And the combined working interest for the proposed lease line Westwell, Hess would own roughly 93% and Missouri River 14%.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd offer the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Mr. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I swear.
Othman, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Sure. My name is Othman Elhalu. I'm employed by Hess Corporation as an operations geologist, and the business address is 1501 McKinney Street, Houston, Texas 77010.
And Othman, have you previously testified before the commission?
I have.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar with the geology underlying these spacing units?
I am.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Elhalu be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Othman, let's look at your exhibit number 4. Can you describe the structure underlying these spacing units?
Sure. Exhibit 4 shows the location of the existing DSUs in blue and the requested 2560 DSU outline in green, as well as the requested 5120 DSU outline in gold. With the existing wells marked, the top middle Bakken structure map is presented with a 50-foot contour interval, showing that the formation is dipping to the south. And then the line A to A prime represents the location of the wells that are used in the cross section in the next exhibit.
Okay. Let's move on into exhibit 5. Can I have you take us through the cross section, describe what you're showing there?
Sure. So exhibit 5 is a stratigraphic cross section that's flattened on the top of the Bakken. That's showing that the targeted formations are present and continuous throughout the region.
Okay. No further questions for Mr. Elhalu. I'd offer the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Ms. Ketchmere,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Aisha, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
So my name is Aisha Kashmir. I'm a reservoir engineer employed by Hess Corporation, located at 1501 McKinney Street, Houston, Texas 77010.
And Aisha, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes, I have.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the engineering matters associated with these proposed spacing units?
Yes.
I'd move the testimony of Ms. Kashmir be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Aisha, let's look at Exhibit 6. Can you describe for us how you would develop this 2560?
Exhibit 6 shows the proposed 2560 development plan for section 4, 9, 16, and 21. The bold dashed lines are the proposed wells and will be drilled in the both formation, Middle Bakken, and Three Forks.
Okay. And then moving on to exhibit number 7, how would you develop the 5120 with the lease line well?
Exhibit 7 shows the proposed 5120 development plan for section 4, 5, 8, 9, and 16, 17, 20, and 21. The bold dashed line is the proposed lease line well and will be drilled in the Three Forks formation.
Okay. Then moving on to exhibit number 8, can you take us through the reservoir data and the economics for the Middle Bakken wells?
Exhibit 8 shows the reservoir and economic summary for a single 4-mile lateral Middle Bakken well in Manitou field. The expected EUR is around 750,000 standard barrels. Economics were run at $62 WTI flat and 100% working interest. The expected NPV is around 4.2 million with 34% rate of return.
Okay. And then on exhibit number 9, take us through the reservoir data and then economics for the Three Forks wells.
Sure. Exhibit 9 shows the economic summary for a 4-mile lateral as well in Three Forks formation in the Manitou field. The expected EUR is around 720,000 standard barrels. Economics were run at the same price, 62 WTI flat and 100% working interest. The expected NPV is around 2.3 million with 23% rate of return.
And Aisha, in your opinion, if the commission were to approve the spacing to allow for this development, would that prevent waste, protect railroad rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
Okay. And then let's move on then to 31983, the exhibits that we've got for the...
Wait, why don't we ask
Yep.
questions at this point on this case?
Sure. Yep, that makes sense.
So Aisha, on exhibit 6, your planned development, the red dashed lines are those first bench Three Forks wells?
Yes, correct.
This area looks familiar to me. Did we have a previous case covering these lands?
Yes, we did in October last year space this North Dakota's north, which was a 1280.
And so you're not planning on drilling those 1280 wells, I take it?
Yes, so we changed the plan to a 4-mile lateral. The reason for that, we have for the South Dakota DSU, the southern part is like a difficult land and actually is a state land, so it was hard to get surface location. And not only the reason, that was one of the reasons, but also like drilling in a longer lateral, it's make more economic sense for a 4-mile lateral, especially now we have a few of them on the ground where we're seeing a very good performance.
You said this section 21, is that right?
Correct, yes.
You said that there's state land there, you said?
Yeah, in the southern one, yeah, there is state land, and also it's a difficult location to find a good surface. That was one of the reasons, not the main reason.
Okay, thank you.
Aisha, on exhibit 6 as well, are the surface locations that are shown there, are those current pads, built pads, or are those going to be newly built?
Those are going to be an existing pad, like extended. So one of them will be, we still haven't finalized the one, either it's going to be a new pad or expansion, but the second one is an expansion pad, and both go to the existing facility. So those most likely will be an expansion for an existing, already existing pad.
Okay, and what are the intentions for the existing well bores that are currently there? Are they going to be continue to be produced, or are they going to be plugged?
So most likely they're going to be produced, especially the 1280 wells, like the 10,000 feet wells, depending on the economics. And the southern one, the South Dakota, those are 640s, like they are shorter lateral. So will depend on the economics at the time when we drill the new wells. But the 1280, which means the 10,000 feet lateral, those most likely will be back to will RTP them, return to production.
Do you anticipate any completion setbacks or changes than its normal plan on these proposed wellbores because of those existing wellbores?
No, we're not going to skip any stages. We're going to be doing our normal completion design for a 4-mile lateral. Maybe make more intense completion on the first 640s, which is the top 5,000 feet, and also we will adjust as needed for the wells that are close to existing wells, especially for Middle Bakken. That's the The one are close to the existing middle back wells. But we won't be like skipping any stages or anything like that.
And you may have indicated this and I missed it, but are the wells going to be batch drilled, both pads same time?
Yes, they will be batch drilled at the same time and 2 different rigs.
Thank you. Aisha, on Exhibit 6, again, the discussion that you just had, it looks like the 4-mile wells will essentially overlap the existing 1280 wells in the Bakken. How much offset are you planning to do off of those existing wells?
So right, like they look like they are overlap, but actually they are. We are spacing them around 170 to 350 feet. So we just the cartoon here shows they are pretty much overlap. The middle one is the one the existing will be around 170 feet from it, but the other ones will be 350 and 350 feet from the existing one.
Okay, and you indicated your intent is to continue producing those existing.
Yes, the intent is like if the economics allows, yeah. So we will try to clean them out at the same time as the new wells and continue to produce them. We've seen very good result by bringing the existing wells at the same time as the new wells clean up, and that give us some booster for the new well for the existing wells.
Do you anticipate that those middle Bakken wells will be that you'll have depletion issues? That they'll be in direct competition for the oil in that, call it a corridor.
Yeah, they will have some depletion, but actually they are not like the production from those wells is between 220,000 total oil produced for the North Dakota, which is the 10,000 feet. But the South Dakota ones, they are like 73,000 to 140. It's very low producer, but yeah, then that's why it's gonna help for the existing wells. It's like frack into those existing wells that's why we're planning to bring them at the same time, so to gain off from the production. And yeah, they may be competing a little bit, but not as much as we expect, since we have them as 300 feet, 350 to 150 feet from the existing. But they're going to be boosting on the existing ones for sure. That's going to help the economics for the existing one. It's going to be more acceleration on the total production for the DSU.
And I guess just one more question then on drilling, since you're proposing to drill these from the north end, go through several miles of, I don't know if you want to call it significant depletion, but there's definitely depletion going on with the individual laterals in place, and you're going to be drilling relatively close to those. Do you anticipate any problems getting to bottom with your laterals due to the depleted reservoir?
Not really. We haven't seen any significant depletion. We've been drilling crossing existing wells in multiple areas and DSUs in the area, so we haven't seen that much. You see some depletion, maybe you're gonna get to some losses, but not as significant as that gonna make you like cut your lateral short.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
You want to go to the other case now?
Yeah. Derek, let's looking at 31983 now. The 5120 for that lease line wall on the other side. Can you identify that spacing unit for us?
Yeah, sure. This is a location map of Township 155 North, Range 94 West in Montreal County. Range 94 West in Montreal County. In green is the existing current spacing units, and in blue, and then in green is the requested 5120 spacing.
Okay. And then looking at Exhibit 2, can you take us through the working interest in that 5120?
Yeah, this is a land plat showing the working interest breakdown of the Ian Hawes lease line east well. In light blue is the Missouri River operated Manitou 4-1 DSU, and Hess owns roughly 9%, and Missouri River 91%. In orange is the Hess-operated Ian Rice DSU. Hess owns 93%, and others total 7%. In green is the previous mentioned Ian Dakota stand-up 1920 DSU, where Hess owns roughly 89%, Missouri River 5.5%. And in blue, being sections 15, 22, 27, 34 is the Hess operated Ian Jeffrey A DSU. Hess owns roughly 71%, and Northern 10%, and others 18%. Total working interest for this proposed lease line well, Hess owns 75%, Missouri River 13.5%, and others being 11.5%.
Okay. I have no further questions. I have for exhibits 1 and 2.
Submitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
Othman, let's look at exhibit 3. Can you describe the structure underlying this 5120?
Yes, sir. Exhibit 3 shows the location of the existing DSUs in blue and the requested 5120 DSU outline in green with the existing wells marked. The top middle Bakken structure map is presented with a 50-foot contour interval showing that the formation is dipping to the south, and the line A to A prime represents the location of the wells used in the cross section in the next exhibit.
And then on exhibit 4, is that the same cross section that you previously explained to us?
Yes, this is the same cross section showing that the stratigraphic it's flattened on the top of the Bakken, and the targeted formations are present and continuous throughout the region.
Okay. I have no further questions for Mr. Hellu, and for exhibits 3 and 4.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
And then, Aisha, let's look at exhibit 5. How would you propose to develop the 5120 with the lease line well?
Sure. Exhibit 5 shows the proposed 5120 development plan for section 3, 4, 9, 10, and section 15, 16, 20, and 21. The bold dashed line is the proposed well and will be drilled in the Three Forks formation.
Okay. And then on exhibit 6, is that essentially the same reservoir data and economics that you previously testified to with respect to the Three Forks wells?
Yes, exactly. That's the same.
Okay. And Aisha, in your opinion, if the commission approves the 5120 to allow for that lease line well, would that prevent ways, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, it does.
Okay. No further questions that offer exhibits 5, 6, and the gas capture plan affidavit.
The exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? That concludes our hearing for case numbers 31983 and 31709. Case number 31984. Application of Hess Bakken Investments 2 LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Pleasant Valley Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 28, 29, 32, and 33, Township 157 North, Range 94 West, Montreal County, North Dakota, and authorize one horizontal well to be drilled on such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All Mr. Parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Hess Bakken Investments 2 LLC, and it'll be the same 3 witnesses in this case.
And they're still under oath.
Okay. And Derek, let's look at your exhibit number 1. Can you identify the proposed spacing unit for us?
Exhibit 1 is a location map, Township 157 North, Range 94 West, Montreal County. In blue are the existing stand-up 1280s. In green is the requested 2560, being sections 28, 29, 32, and 33.
Okay, moving on to exhibit 2. Can you take us through the working interest in that spacing unit?
Exhibit 2 is a land plat showing the proposed 2560 Ian Reich LE DSU, being sections 28, 29, 32, and 33. In the light blue, it shows the working interest breakdown of the Ian Reich Hess-operated stand-up 1280. Hess owns roughly 55.5%, Oasis 18%, Spec Tech 12%, and others being roughly 15%. And then in green is the Hess-operated Ian Dolan DSU, being sections 28 and 33. Hess owns roughly 70% and others totaling 30%. And the breakdown of the proposed 2560 lease line well, DSU, Hess owns roughly 63%, Oasis 10%, SpecTech 6%, others totaling 21%.
Okay. I have no further questions. I offer exhibits 1 and 2.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
Okay. Austin, let's look at exhibit 3. Can you describe the structure underlying the spacing unit?
Yes, sir. So exhibit 3 shows the location of the existing DSUs in blue and the requested 2560 DSU outline in green with the existing wells marked. Top of the middle Bakken structure is presented with a 50-foot contour interval showing that the formation is dipping to the southeast. The line A to A prime represents the location of the wells used in the cross-section in the next exhibit.
Okay. And then moving on to exhibit 4, can you describe what you're showing us on the cross-section?
It's a stratigraphic cross-section flattened on the top of the Bakken showing that the formations are present and continuous.
Okay, I have no further questions. I'd offer exhibits 3 and 4.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
Okay. Aisha, let's look at exhibit 5. Can you tell us how you would develop this 2560?
Sure. Exhibit 5 shows the proposed 2560 plan for section 28, 29, and 32, 33. The bold dashed line is the proposed well and would be drilled in the middle Bakken formation.
Okay. And then looking at exhibit number 6, can you take us through the reservoir data and economics?
So exhibit 6 shows the reservoir and economic summary for a single 2-mile middle Bakken well in the Pleasant Valley field. The expected EUR is around 580,000 standard barrels. Economics will run at $62 WTI flat and 100% working interest. Expected NPV is around $8.5 million with 65% rate of return.
And Aisha, if the spacing is approved for this development, would that prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, correct.
Okay. I have no further questions. I offer exhibits 5, 6, and the gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? That concludes our hearing for case number 31984. Case number 31985. Application of Hess Bakken Investments 2 LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Ross Bakken pool to establish an overlapping 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 20, 21, 28, and 29. Township 156 North, Range 90 West, Montreal County, North Dakota, and authorize one horizontal well to be drilled on such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been dismissed. That concludes our hearing for case number 31985. Case number 31986. Application of Murex Petroleum Corp. for an order amending the applicable orders for the Fortuna Bakken pool to establish 2 overlapping stand-up 1920 acre spacing units described as sections 23, 26, and 35, and sections 24, 25, and 36, Township 162 North, Range 101 West, Divide County, North Dakota, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled on each such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our September hearings. Concludes our hearing for case number 31986. Case number 31987. Application of Murex Petroleum Corp. for an order amending the applicable orders for the Riding Rock Bakken pool to establish 2 overlapping stand-up 1920 acre spacing units described as sections 20, 29, and 32, and sections 21, 28, and 33, Township 161 North, Range 101 West, Divide County, North Dakota, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled in each such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our September hearings. That concludes hearing for case number 31987. At this point, we are going to jump ahead in the docket to case number 31990. Application of Oasis Petroleum North America LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Indian Hill Bakken pool to establish an overlapping stand-up 2560 acre spacing described as sections 28 and 33, Township 153 North, Range 101 West, and Section 2012, Township 102 North, Range 102 West, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, and authorized 3 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit or granting such the relief as may be appropriate. All of your parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wade Mann, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Oasis Petroleum North America, LLC. I have 3 witnesses in this case, Greg Sandberg, John Prim, and Tyler Smith.
Mr. Sandberg,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Greg, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Greg Sandberg. I'm a landman for Whiting Oil and Gas, address 1001 Fannin, Suite 1500, Houston, Texas, 77002.
Okay. And Greg, have you previously testified before the commission?
Yes, I have.
And have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes, they were.
And are you familiar with the land matters associated with the proposed spacing units you'll be discussing today?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Sandberg be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Greg, let's start with L1. Can I have you identify the 2560 that you're requesting in this case?
Yeah, L1 is the locator map showing the requested spacing. Township 153 North, Range 101 West, sections 28 and 33, and Township 152 North, Range 102 West, sections 1 and 12.
Okay. And then looking at L2, can you take us through your working interest?
Absolutely. Yeah, in the proposed spacing unit, Whiting would have a 58.4%. Oasis would have a 58.4% working interest in the proposed unit.
Okay. And then L3, the working interest in the underlying spacing units.
Yep, you can see there in L3 in sections 28 and 33 of 153-101, we have a 47.85% working interest. And 1 and 12 of 152-102, we have a 68.15% working interest.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'd offer the land exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Mr. Prim, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
John, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yes, my name is John Prim. I'm a geologist for Cord Energy, parent company of Oasis Petroleum. Business address 1001 Fannin Street, Suite 1500, Houston, Texas 77002.
And John, have you previously testified before the commission?
I have.
Have you had your qualifications received as that of an expert?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the geology underlying the proposed spacing units you'll be discussing?
Yes.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Prim be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Okay. John, let's start with G1. Can you describe the structure underlying the proposed spacing unit?
Yes, so G1 is over the proposed spacing unit outlined in the yellow dashed line, showing the upper Bakken structure in subsea TVD space with contour intervals of 25 feet. It's showing that the Bakken formation is dipping off to the southeast from approximately negative 8,500 subsea TVD in the northwest to negative 8,550 approximately in the southeast. Also highlighted there is the typolog in section 33, the rehab 4-33.
Okay. And then moving on to G2, can you describe what you're showing on your isopac map?
Yes, so this is an isopac of the middle Bakken member. It is showing contour intervals of 2 feet, and it's showing that across the proposed spacing unit, thickness remains generally equal at about 33 feet thick.
Okay. And then on to G3, can you take us through your typolog?
Yeah, so G3 is that typolog that I highlighted previously in section 33, the rehab 4-33. It's a triple combo unit or a well log suite centered over the Middle Bakken unit, highlighting the subsurface properties underlying that proposed spacing unit.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'm off for the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Mr. Smith,
Sir,
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Tyler, can I have you state your name, tell us by whom you're employed, in what capacity, and give us your business address?
Yep, Tyler Smith. I'm a development engineer for Cord Energy, the parent company of Oasis Petroleum. Cord's headquarters are at 1001 Fannin Street, Suite 1500, Houston, Texas 77002.
And Tyler, have you previously testified before this commission?
I have not.
Can I have you just briefly take us through your educational background and relevant work experience?
Yes, sir. So, Bachelor of Science in Petroleum Engineering from Colorado School of Mines. Out of college, I went and worked for Weatherford International, doing kind of all things drilling. From there, I took a job with Enerplus Resources as a completion engineer. Did that for 4 years, and then with the acquisition of Cord getting Enerplus, I came on board here with Cord and was on the completions team for about a year. And then recently, I joined the development team.
Okay. And Tyler, are you familiar with the engineering matters that are associated with the spacing units you'll be discussing today?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'd move the testimony of Mr. Smith be received as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
And Tyler, let's look at E1. Can you describe for us how you would intend to develop these lands?
Yep. So Exhibit E1 shows Oasis plans to develop a 2560 acre unit that spans across Township 153 North in Range 101 West, sections 28 and 33, as well as Township 152 North, Range 101 West, sections 1 and 12. Oasis is proposing to drill 3 4-mile stand-up Bakken wells. All 3 wells will be drilled from existing off these pad locations shown in the gray box there.
Okay. And then moving on to E2, can you walk us through the reservoir data and then the economics?
Yep. Exhibit E2 displays the reservoir and economic properties on a per well basis for the planned development. The top table displays the reservoir properties using the analysis. Focusing attention on the middle table there, one can see that the original oil in place was determined to be about 6,120 MBO. That's a per 640 acreage block, yielding an EUR of about 889 MBO per well. Lastly, on the bottom there, that table on the bottom reflects a rate of return to be about 53%, which exceeds all of Oasis internal metrics.
And Tyler, if the commission were to establish this 2560 for this development, would that prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I have no further questions. I offer the engineering exhibits and the gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Tyler, on Exhibit E1, you're showing your proposed on your table there, your proposed and existing wellbores as dashed, and they're all solid. So I just had a couple questions with it. The existing wellbores that are there, are they going to be continue to be produced, or are those intended to be plugged?
So we will we'll shut them down when drilling and completions are active, and then we will reevaluate afterwards to see if it makes economical sense to bring those back on.
Okay. And in doing completions on your proposed middle block, your 4-mile wells, are there any anticipated completion stage setbacks or removing stages?
Not at this time, but I think as we get further into it and see where we land all these, we'll evaluate the completion design then.
And then you also show an existing third-party middle Bakken wellbores on the right and on this exhibit, but I don't see that. Are there any third-party wellbores in your proposed spacing development?
No, sir, that's just a carryover. We usually have that on each exhibit that we display here.
Okay, thank you.
Tyler, it looks like on Exhibit E1 you're planning on drilling one additional well in the southern 1280. Is that right?
So that is a standard 2-mile lateral there.
Will that be drilled at the same time as the 4 mile wells?
Yes, it will.
Okay, thank you.
That concludes our hearing for case number 31990. Wait, since we have the same witnesses, you want to jump to the Whiting or you want to go to Enterprise now?
I'm fine like doing the Whiting and then coming back to the Enterprise.
Why don't we do that then?
Sure.
Okay, so we'll jump ahead to case number 31924. Application of Whiting Oil and Gas Corp. for an order amending the applicable orders for the Cartwright and or Randolph Bakken pools to establish 2 overlapping stand-up 2560 acre spacing units described in sections 1, 12, 13, and 24, and sections 2, 11, 14, and 23, Township 150 North, Range 104 West, McKenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 3 horizontal wells to be drilled in each such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Waitman, P.O. Box 2798, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this case on behalf of Whiting Oil and Gas Corp. And Mr. Examiner, will be the same 3 witnesses testifying in this case as the previous case.
They're still under oath.
Okay. And Greg, let's look at L1. Can I have you identify the 2 spacing units you're requesting in this case?
Yeah, absolutely. Both of these are in Township 150 North, Range 104 West. The blue box there depicts sections 1, 12, 13, and 24. And the red box depicts sections 2, 11, 14, and 23.
Then moving on to L2, what's your working interest in those 2 proposed spacing units?
Absolutely. In the red box there again, 2, 11, 14, and 23, we have a 50.57% working interest. The blue box there, sections 1, 12, 13, and 24, we have a 48.6% working interest.
Okay. And then looking at L3, can you take us through the working interest in the underlying spacing units?
Absolutely. Starting with the green box there in A, sections 2 and 11, we have a 70.45% working interest. In B, the red box, we have a 65.98% working interest. Sections 14 and 23 there, we have a 30.69% working interest. In sections 13 and 24, we have a 31.25% working interest. I will note here that much of these lands contain federal minerals, U.S. Forest Service surface as well. All of the unleased federal minerals have been nominated. Just wanted to put that on the record there, buddy. Thanks.
Sure. Thank you. And I have no further questions on offer the land exhibits.
So, sir, any questions from the staff?
Do you have a breakout of the federal minerals? Where's that on here? I don't see that on here.
It's not on here, but we're happy to provide that in a supplement if you desire.
Can you just explain them quickly?
Yeah, so it's sections 13, 23, and 24 are an overwhelming majority of federal minerals. The U.S. Forest Service surface blankets basically the south 2 or 3/4 of both of these units. Most of the unleased federal is in section 24, and there's some further unleased federal in the north half of section 13.
Have you guys nominated all of the parts unleased? I think it's
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. All the unleased federal was nominated earlier this year.
Okay, thank you. That's sufficient. You don't need to supplement anything. That's good for me.
Great. Thank you.
You can proceed.
All right. John, let's look at G1, and can you describe the structure underlying the spacing units?
Sure. So G1 shows the upper Bakken structure map in subsea TBD space, also with contour intervals of 25 feet. It's highlighting the proposed spacing units. I did make an error on this exhibit, but it's corrected on G2. It just is showing one proposed spacing unit in green. As it should be, the labeling is correct there on the key, but the green box should be that eastern 4 mile stand up, and the yellow box should be that western stand up. But the structure map is showing that the Bakken formation is dipping off to the northeast from approximately negative 84.25 subsea TBD to negative 84.50 subsea TBD.
Okay. Let's look at your ISOPAC map then, G2.
Yes, so ISOPAC is centered over the same area, showing the middle Bakken thickness over the area. It is showing a thickening off to the northeast from approximately 20 feet to 27 feet across the area. Also, I should mention that the type well that will be shown in the next exhibit is highlighted there, the USA 341486 in section 14.
Okay. And then looking at G3, that type log, what are you showing us on that?
Yeah, so this is that type log from section 14, the USA 341486, triple combo log highlighting the subsurface properties underlying the proposed spacing units.
Okay. I have no further questions that offer the geology exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? We can proceed.
All right, Tyler, let's look at E1. How would you intend to develop these two spacing units?
Okay, so Exhibit E1 shows the two side-by-side 2560 acre units that we've been in discussion here. The plan is to drill 3 4-mile stand-up Bakken wells in each of those DSUs there. Scouting for surface by location is currently under process. This review is pretty extensive due to the area, which includes that forest service land that was mentioned earlier. We do believe that we have found some viable options, though, shown in the kind of gray outline boxes there.
Okay. Let's move on to E2 then. Can you take us through the reservoir data and the economics?
Yes, sir. Exhibit E2 displays the reservoir and economic properties on a per well basis for these two particular acreage blocks. The top table displays the reservoir properties used in the analysis. Looking at the middle table there, one can see that the original oil in place was determined to be about 2890 MBO per 640 acreage block, and then yielding an EUR of 805 MBO per well for this planned development. Looking at the table on the bottom there, this reflects a rate of return of about 36%, which also exceeds our internal metrics.
Okay. And Tyler, if the commission establishes these two 2560s to allow this development, would that prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, it will.
I have no further questions that offer the engineering exhibits, the gas capture plan affidavit.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Tyler, what's the development timing for these projects?
Yeah, so kind of like Greg mentioned, but pending all leasing negotiations are kind of complete and finalized, we plan to incorporate it into our 2027-2028 plan.
Thank you.
That concludes our hearing for case number 31924. We'll now move back to case number 31872. Application of Enterplus Resources USA Corp. Affirming emergency order number 34729, amending the applicable orders for the Little Knife Bakken Pool to grant relief from those portions of order number 33890 and any other applicable orders which required one horizontal well to be drilled and completed in the stand-up 1280 acre spacing unit described in sections 28 and 33, Township 147 North, Range 97 West.
The manager?
What manager?
Land manager.
Okay, thank you. And in your capacity as a land manager, have you testified before the commission previously and had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Jason, let's turn to the packet of exhibits for case 31988. And I'm going to have you direct your attention first to what's been previously marked as Exhibit L1. Can you tell me what L1 is?
L1's a regional locator map showing the area of interest. We are in Divide to the Williams County line.
You're cutting out, Jason. I don't know if you're close to the mic or what's going on, but can you repeat the answer, please?
Sure thing. Sorry about that. Am I coming across clear now?
Yeah, it seemed to be.
Okay. Again, L1 is just a regional locator map showing the area of interest in Divide County, North Dakota.
And the yellow outline is a particular field, is it not?
It's a combination of fields that Dakota operates and has drilled and produced wells in, yes.
And those fields are Danville Bakken and Whiting Rock Bakken, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, let's go to L2. Tell us what L2 is.
So L2 is zoomed in, showing the three fields we just mentioned and the proposed spacing area of 3,840 acres. This is a proposed line well spacing unit for future development.
And L3.
L3 is zoomed all the way into the 6-section proposed spacing unit, showing the two producing wells operated by Dakota in sections 24, 25, and 36. And then to the east, the operated well, the Riding Walk well in 30 and 31, and the combined working interest of 76.08%. And it also notes the working interest of the existing wells.
Okay, and I guess that's all for the land exhibits. Is that correct?
Correct.
No further questions.
Any questions from staff? Ms. Pfeiffer,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Catherine, by whom are you employed?
Dakota Resources
In what capacity?
as a geologist.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously and had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
Would offer the further testimony this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Catherine, let's turn to the next exhibit in the packet, previously marked G1. As Jason did, what I'd like you to do is identify G1 and then briefly discuss what's contained on that exhibit.
Yes, G1 is a structure map on the top of the middle Bakken member of the Bakken Formation. The contour interval is 50 feet. The DSUs that we're discussing today are outlined in red and then as well as in blue for the lease line well. And it is showing dip getting deeper to the south-southeast and shallower to the northwest. And then the cross-section type logs are shown from 8A prime. That'll be on the next exhibit.
Okay, let's go to that next exhibit, G2. Once again, identify and briefly discuss.
Yes, so these are type logs. They're quad combo logs from the lower portion of the lodge pole down through the bird bear, and we'll be targeting the middle Bakken member.
No further questions of the geologic witness.
Any questions from the staff? Mr. Hervey,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Jake, by whom are you employed?
Dakota Resources,
In what capacity?
a reservoir engineer.
And in that capacity, you've testified for the commission previously.
Yes, sir.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
offer the further testimony of this witness, that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Okay, Jake, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet, E1. Can you tell us what E1 is and then briefly describe what's contained upon it?
So E1 is our spacing layout for the proposed development area. You can see our two existing 1920 acre DSUs. Both have been previously spaced for 5 Middle Bakken wells. And then you can see our overlapping line well in our 3840 acre DSU, showing where that line well would be located down the center of the two existing 1920s. You can see 2 3-mile laterals that Coda drilled earlier this year and are producing, and you can see the legacy small frac 2-mile lateral in the eastern DSU. Additionally, you have our 2 proposed pad locations where we plan to develop the rest of these 2 units together in conjunction with the line well.
Okay, and the next exhibit, E2.
E2 shows our Middle Bakken type well diagram with our about 100 planned plug and perf frac stages.
And E3.
E3 shows the reservoir properties for this area. We expect around 42 API gravity oil. We drill in the Middle Bakken, but we get contribution from the Middle Bakken and the Upper Three Forks. You can see the oil in place parameters there. And then I've shown the recovery factor for full development of the 3840 and the underlying 1920s with a total of 11 wells, showing an almost 16% recovery factor in full development.
And then E4.
E4 is our single well economics for our 3-mile lateral run at a $70 price deck. We expect around a 45% rate of return and a 538 MBO well.
And E5, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
It is.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
Mr. Examiner, no further questions. Offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Jake, on exhibit E1, which pad do you plan to drill this well from?
It will be from the pad in the western DSU. And these are true planned locations. We're planning to drill these later this year, early next year.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
That concludes our hearing for case number 31988. Case number 31989. Application of Dakota Resources Operating LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Alcobo Bakken Pool, Divide County, North Dakota, to create and establish a 2560 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 7, 18, 19, and 30, Township 162 North, Range 102 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 5 horizontal wells on said proposed 2560 spacing unit and/or such further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in this matter, case 31989, on behalf of Dakota Resources Operating LLC. We'll have the same 3 witnesses in this matter as we had in the previous case.
They're still under oath.
Jason, exhibit L1.
L1 is just a location map showing the general area of interest we're in. Again, we're still in Divide County, just north of Williams County.
Okay, you must have moved the mic. You're coming in loud and clear.
All right.
L2.
L2 just zoomed in to show the low field, and in red is the proposed 4-mile 2560 spacing unit.
And L3.
L3 shows an existing 1920 to the southern part of the proposed 4-mile lateral, and Coda's current working interest in the 2560 at 24.4%.
And because Coda owns less than a majority interest, will Coda have discussions with other working interest owners to determine who should be the operator of the well if this application, or wells if this application is granted?
We are.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff?
Jason, are sections 19, 30, and 31 currently a stand-up 1920?
They are with production, so we will, as part of this, move to vacate that spacing.
Okay, thank you.
You can proceed.
Lawrence?
Next witness is Catherine.
Yes.
Yep. I can go ahead. Is
Yeah, she's under
Oh,
oath.
I'm sorry. Catherine, can you turn to the next exhibit of the packet, G1?
Yes, so G1 is a structure map on the top of the middle Bakken member of the Bakken Formation, and sub-CTVD, the contour interval is 50 feet. It's showing as you move to the south, you're getting deeper. As you move to the north, you're getting shallower. And the type logs on the next exhibit are shown from 8A prime across this field.
G2?
G2 are the type logs. The lower portion of the lodgepole down to the Nisku, or the bear.
And is the target zone Middle Bakken, Three Forks, or both?
Middle is where we'll be putting our horizontals.
Can you repeat that? You cut out now.
We'll be targeting the Middle Bakken with our horizontals.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Any questions from the staff?
You can proceed. I'll pay a little bit more attention to when we move on to the next witness. Jake, can you direct your attention to E1?
Yes. E1 shows the proposed 2560 acre spacing unit with our 4 mile laterals and showing our 5 proposed middle Bakken wells and a potential pad location.
Okay, and E2.
E2 is our 4 mile lateral type well diagram. I'm showing TD just short of 30,000 feet and are around 135.
Cut out again. Can you repeat that?
Yes. E2 shows our middle Bakken type well diagram for our 4 mile lateral, showing the total depth just under 30,000 feet and are around 135 planned frac stages.
Okay, thank you. E3?
E3 is our reservoir parameters for the middle Bakken and upper Three Forks in this area. We have around 55 feet of middle Bakken. Upper Three Forks very thin here, around 8 feet, targeting the middle Bakken member with our laterals. And you can see with our 5 proposed around 700 MBO wells, we'll have a recovery factor of around 16%.
And E4?
E4 is our associated economics with our 4 mile lateral, showing our 700 MBO well, run at a $70 price deck, and showing around a 70% rate of return payout just under a year.
Okay, and then finally E5. Is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Yes.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
No further questions. Offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? That concludes our hearing for case number 31989.
Thank you all.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll jump ahead to case number 31992. Application of Silver Hill Energy Operating LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Cottonwood Bakken Pool, Burke and Montreal Counties, North Dakota, to create and establish an overlapping 3840 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 28, 29, 32, and 33, Township 159 North, Range 92 West, and sections 4 and 5, Township 158 North, Range 92 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between existing spacing units on said proposed overlapping 3840 acre spacing unit and such further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, appearing in this case 31992 on behalf of Silver Hill Energy Operating LLC.
Mr. Bossy.
Yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, sir, I do.
Kyle, by whom are you employed?
Silver Hill Energy Partners,
In what capacity?
as the Bakken landman lead.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, sir, I have.
And you've had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, sir.
I'll offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Kyle, let's turn to the packet of exhibits for case 31992. I've distributed that packet to the commission staff. I assume you have a copy in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's turn to what's been previously marked as L1. And what I'd like you to do, Kyle, is first identify exhibit L1 and then briefly discuss what's contained on that exhibit.
Okay, so L1 is a plat depicting Township 158 North, Range 92 West in Montreal County, and Township 159 North, Range 92 West in Burke County. Further, this plat shows the 3840 spacing unit we were proposing. That's outlined in the black dash line. The section line well would be in the middle of the two yellow rectangles below, and would be between sections 4, 5, 32, 33, 28, and 29.
And L2, let's go to that exhibit. And as you did with L1, identify and then briefly discuss.
So L2, this is a zoomed in plat showing the proposed 3840 spacing unit for the section line well. Currently, Silver Hill owns 50.3% leasehold in the red rectangle and 53.7% in the blue rectangle to the east. Silver Hill would own a combined 52% working interest in this proposed 3840 section line well.
No further questions of this witness.
Any questions from the staff? Mr. George.
Yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Mark, by whom are you employed?
Silver Hill Energy Partners.
And in what capacity?
As a geoscience manager.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
And have you had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
We offer the further testimony of this witness out of an expert. Mark, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet. It's been previously marked as G1. Can you identify G1 and then briefly discuss what's contained on that particular exhibit?
Yes, so G1 is a geologic structure map on top of the Middle Bakken Formation, showing 125-foot contour intervals. The Middle Bakken, as you can see, that formation is dipping from northeast to southwest. The red lines also indicated on the map are showing the various field outlines neighboring the proposed spacing unit. And the red star in section 20 is the location of the type log that we'll see in G2.
Okay, let's go to G2. Can you discuss that exhibit for us, please?
So yes, G2 is the Barrington 11-20H well drilled by Fidelity Exploration Production. The log displayed here captures the Upper Bakken Shale through the top of the Bird Bear Formation. The target interval is labeled with a red arrow, and it's roughly 45 foot thick on the type log. Curve shown are caliper and gamma ray on the far left with resistivity, a density log, and a neutron porosity on the far right.
No further questions of this witness.
Any questions from the staff? Mr. Jaroska.
Yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Billy, by whom are you employed?
Silver Hill Energy,
In what capacity?
Vice President of Reservoir Engineering.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
For the further testimony, this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Billy, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet. It's labeled E1. If you could identify E1, please, and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, Exhibit E1 is our proposed development plan. You can see our pad location in the southwest quarter of Section 4. And this will be a section line well that we plan on drilling in conjunction with 2 additional Middle Bakken wells that will be the first wells established in those 1920s. And so this will also be we have a well going to the south down in Section 8. That's another 3-mile well that would be coming off this pad with this initial development.
Okay, and E2?
E2 is a typical Middle Bakken wellbore design showing how we're going to drill and case this well. We plan on completing this well with perf and plug stimulation with approximately 50 stages.
And E3?
E3 are some reservoir parameters and economics. We anticipate 45 foot of Middle Bakken reservoir here, have an oil in place of 52 million barrels across the 3840. We anticipate these wells coming on around 800 barrels a day, initial decline rate of 75%, coming up with an EUR of 554 MBO and 1.2 BCF, and the economics at $65 oil and 325 flat yield a PV of 2.7 million with a rate of return of 29% and a payout of 28 months.
And Exhibit E4, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
It is.
And if this application is granted, in your opinion, will it prevent waste, protect relevant rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
No further questions, Mr. Examiner. Offer of the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? That concludes our hearing for case number 31992. Case number 31993. Application of Hunt Oil Company for an order for the Ross Bakken Pool, Montreal County, North Dakota, to create and establish an overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit comprised of Section 12, Township 156 North, Range 91 West, and Section 7 and 8, Township 156 North, Range 90 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on said proposed overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit and such further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in case 31993 on behalf of Hunt Oil Company.
Mr. Harkins. Mr. Harkins?
Ryan, can you hear us? If you turn the camera on me, I can sign. Can you put the camera on the commission so they can tell me I can't hear it? Put the camera on somebody with the commission so they can print up if we can't hear them.
You type it in the chat.
Hello.
It's one way rocket.
So you don't have a camera for the staff anymore?
What's that?
There's no camera for you all?
Yeah,
Oh, there is?
both of these actually. I'm not sure which one they're.
We can't set the camera on the Teams because it gets consumed by YouTube. Let me see if I have a number here. Yeah, I do.
Okay, let's take a 5-minute break. We have the
You?
Okay. Yeah, we couldn't hear you earlier.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
Oh, no problem.
Okay, we're back on the record then. Mr. Harkins,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Ryan, by whom are you employed?
Hunt Oil Company,
In what capacity?
the landman.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, sir.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, sir.
Would offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Ryan, I'm going to direct your attention to case number 31993, and I've distributed to the commission staff a packet of that exhibit. I'm going to have you skip the cover page and go to what's been previously marked as Exhibit 1. And what I would like you to do is identify Exhibit 1 and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Yeah, Exhibit 1 is a regional location map showing the Ross Field outlined in red.
Okay, and Exhibit 2.
Exhibit 2 shows a proposed 1920 acre DSU in dashed red, consisting of section 7 and 8 of 156 north, 90 west, and section 12, 156 north, 91 west. It also shows the existing 640 acre DSU in yellow and the existing 1,280 acre DSU in green. Hunt's working interest in the proposed 1920 is 52%.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff? Ms. Watkins,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Kathleen, by whom are you employed?
An oil company
In what capacity?
as a geologist.
And in that capacity, have you had an opportunity to testify before the commission previously?
Yes.
And you had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
We'll offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Kathleen, let's turn to the next exhibit in the packet, Exhibit 3. Can you identify that exhibit and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it?
Yes. Exhibit 3 is a structure map of the top of the Bakken Formation for Ross Field. The type log for Ross Field is circled in red, and the proposed 1920 acre units are highlighted in red. Middle Bakken laterals are highlighted in blue, and Three Forks laterals are highlighted in red.
Okay, and Exhibit 4?
Exhibit 4 is a type log for Ross Field. The Ross Bakken pool is defined as 50 feet above the top of the Bakken Formation to 50 feet below the top of the Three Forks Formation. In track 1 is gamma ray, track 2 are porosity logs, and track 3 are resistivity logs. The top of the Bakken Formation is highlighted in red, and the top of the Three Forks Formation is highlighted in red, and the Middle Bakken Reservoir is highlighted in yellow.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff? Mr. Goff,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Zach, by whom are you employed?
Hunt Oil Company.
In what capacity?
As a reservoir engineer.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, sir.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Zach, let's go to the next Exhibit 5. And can you tell us what that is and briefly describe what's contained upon it?
Yeah, so Exhibit 5 is the proposed development for the proposed overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit. The dashed red lines outline the 1920 acre unit in
with the underlying 1280 acre unit in green and 640 acre unit in yellow. The proposed well penetrating sections 8, 7, and 12 is shown in red with a yellow outline, and additional development wells within the unit are shown in blue.
Exhibit 6.
Exhibit 6 is a typical Bakken wellbore schematic, including a 7-inch casing and a 4.5 tieback liner.
And how many frac stages are you anticipating?
In this well, pardon?
Yes.
In this well, it should be somewhere between 80 and 90, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. And then let's go to Exhibit 7.
Yeah. So Exhibit 7 is reservoir properties and economic parameters for our typical Ross Bakken pool well. So for the 1920 acre spacing unit, we'd expect to, with an oil gravity of 42 degree API and a net pay of 28 feet in the middle Bakken, porosity of 8.5%. We expect to have a 3.6% recovery factor on the original oil in place of 17.6 million barrels, with an estimated recoverable for this well of 633 MBO. Our average investment on this well, with all economics run at 100% working interest, 80% NRI, and $65 WTI realized and $2.50 MCF gas realized. Average investment of $9 million, PV10 of $8.8 million, and about a 74% rate of return.
And Exhibit 8, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Yes, it is.
No further questions. Offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Zach, on your Exhibit 5, just confirming a couple things. Your intended target for the 1920 acre well is the Middle Bakken, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the development you have on this Exhibit 5, the only well that will be on the 1920 is that long Middle Bakken well. The other 3 blue wells that you have in 7 and 8 will be on the 1280?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
That concludes our hearing for case number 31993. Case number 31994, application of Hunt Oil Company for an order for the Thompson Lake Bakken Pool, Burke County, North Dakota to create and establish 2 overlapping 1920 acre spacing units comprised of sections 1, 12, and 13, and sections 2, 11, and 14. Township 159 North, Range 91 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 4 wells on each proposed overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit and such further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, Field Box 1855, Bismarck, and I'm appearing in case 31994 on behalf of Hunt Oil Company.
Ms. Cherry.
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Chelsea, by whom are you employed?
Hunt Oil Company.
In what capacity?
Landman.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness out of an expert.
Motion granted.
Chelsea, let's go to the first exhibit in the packet, Exhibit 1. Please identify, briefly discuss what's contained on that exhibit.
This is a regional location map showing the Thompson Lake Bakken Pool.
Okay, and let's go to the next exhibit, Exhibit 2. Once again, identify and briefly discuss.
Yeah, so here we are showing the existing spacing units in the area, as well as our proposed 1920 acre spacing unit. In sections 1, 12, and 13, Hunt's working interest will be 65%. And in 2, 11, and 14, Hunt's working interest will be 71%.
No further questions.
Any questions from staff? The remaining witnesses are still under oath. You can proceed.
Okay. Kathleen, Exhibit 3.
Exhibit 3 is a structure map of the top of the Bakken Formation. Middle Bakken wells are highlighted in blue. Three Forks wells are highlighted in red. And the proposed 1920 acre unit is highlighted in red. And the type log for Thompson Lake Field is circled in red.
And Exhibit 4.
Exhibit 4 is a type log for the Thompson Lake Field. The Thompson Lake Bakken Pool is defined as 50 feet above the top of the Bakken Formation to 50 feet below the top of the Three Forks Formation. In this type log, track 1 is gamma ray, track 2 are porosity logs, and track 3 are resistivity logs. The top of the Bakken Formation is highlighted in red, and the top of the Three Forks Formation is highlighted in red. The middle Bakken and Three Forks reservoirs are highlighted in yellow.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff?
Kathleen, on Exhibit 4, you're identifying both the Middle Bakken and the First Bench Three Forks as target reservoirs. Do you intend to target both with the proposed wells? Or
These will be middle Bakken.
So everything is going to be Middle Bakken target?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You can proceed.
Zach, Exhibit 5.
Yeah, so Exhibit 5 is the proposed development in the overlapping 1920 acre spacing units for Thompson Lake Field. Those overlapping 1920 units are shown in the dashed red lines, and all the existing underlying units are in their corresponding colors as in the previous exhibit. The proposed development wells are shown in red with the yellow highlight across them in each 1920 acre unit.
Okay, and Exhibit 6.
So Exhibit 6 is again a typical Bakken wellbore schematic for this area. So again, 7-inch casing with a 4.5 liner.
And Exhibit 7.
So Exhibit 7 are the typical reservoir properties and well economics for the Middle Bakken in this area, the 1920 acre spacing unit. 41 API oil here, 35 feet of net pay with 7.2% porosity, yields an original in place of 16.2 million barrels. Estimated recoverable for each of these wells is 599 MBO, yields a 3.6% recovery factor. And again, 100% working interest, 80% NRI for all the economics at $65 and $2.50 realized oil and gas respectively. $9.2 million average investment, $5.7 million PV10, and a 48% rate of return.
And Exhibit 8, is that a gas capture affidavit that the Commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Yes, it is.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, it will.
No further questions. Offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Zach, have you identified surface locations for these wells?
They would be along the north end of each of the 1920 spacing units. We have an existing infrastructure on the north end and the offset units, and we plan to build a infrastructure corridor along the northern end, so along section 612.
Is there going to be one pad at each?
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay, thank you.
That concludes our hearing for case number 31994. Case number 31995. Application of Hunt Oil Company for an order amending the field rules for the partial Bakken Pool, Montreal County, North Dakota as follows. 1. Create and establish an overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 5, 8, and 17, Township 154 North, Range 89 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 3 horizontal wells on said proposed overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit. And 2. Create and establish 2 overlapping 38, 40 acre spacing units comprised of sections 4, 5, 8, 9, 16, and 17, Township 154 North, Range 89 West, and sections 33 and 34, Township 154 North, Range 89 West, and sections 3, 4, 9, and 10, Township 153 North, Range 89 West. Authorize the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between existing spacing units on each proposed overlapping 3840 acre spacing unit and or such further relief. All interested parties please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, and I'm appearing in case number 31995 on behalf of Hunt Oil Company, and we'll have the same three witnesses in this case as we had in the previous case.
And they're still under oath.
Okay, Chelsea, Exhibit 1.
Exhibit 1 is showing a regional location map of the partial Bakken field in Montreal County.
And Exhibit 2.
Exhibit 2 is showing existing spacing units and our proposed overlapping units. And starting with our proposed 1920 in section 5, 8, and 17 of 154.89, Hunt has a working interest of 99%. And in that same area of 154.89, sections 4, 5, 8, 9, 17, and 16, the proposed 3840 Hunt has a working interest of 52%. Going down to the south, in the proposed 3840, consisting of 33 and 34 of 154.89, and 3, 4, 9, and 10 of 153.89, Hunt's working interest is 88%.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
Kathleen, Exhibit 3.
Exhibit 3 is a structure map of the top of the Bakken Formation. The type log for partial field is circled in red. Middle Bakken laterals are highlighted in blue. Three Fork laterals are highlighted in red. The proposed 3840 acre units are highlighted in red, and the proposed 1920 acre unit is outlined in green.
Okay, let's go to Exhibit 4.
Exhibit 4 is a type log for partial field. The partial Bakken pool is defined as 50 feet above the top of the Bakken Formation to above the top of the Bird Bear Formation. And track 1 is gamma ray. Track 2 are porosity logs. Track 3 are resistivity logs. The top of the Bakken Formation and the top of the Three Forks Formation are highlighted in red, and the middle Bakken Reservoir is highlighted in yellow.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
Zach, let's go to Exhibit 5.
Yes, so Exhibit 5 is the proposed development for the overlapping spacing units here. The overlapping 3840 units are shown in the dashed blue lines, and the proposed 1920 acre spacing units are shown in the dashed red lines. All of the underlying existing units are in their corresponding color, with the 640 acre spacing units in yellow and the 1280 acre units in green. Additionally, the proposed development wells are shown in red with yellow highlights.
Okay, and Exhibit 6.
Exhibit 6 is again typical Bakken wellbore schematic, again with 7-inch casing and a 4.5 liner.
And Exhibit 7.
Exhibit 7 are typical middle Bakken reservoir properties, reserves and economics. Again, for a 1920 acre unit, we're showing 41 API porosity in this area, 7.7%, and net pay at 35 feet with an original in place of 23.8 million barrels. Estimated recoverable for a 1920 acre unit well would be 649 MBO with a 2.7% recovery factor. Again, all the economics run at 100% working interest, 80% NRI, $65 per barrel, and $2.50 per MCF realized gas. Average investments $9.2 million, PV10 of $8.4 million, and a rate of return around 67%.
And Exhibit 8, is that a gas capture affidavit that the Commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Yes, it is.
In your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, it will.
No further questions. Offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Zach, just confirming your intended target for all the wells is Middle Bakken,
That is correct.
and your 3840 wells, the lease line wells, you intend to locate those down the section lines, or will they be slightly offset? They kind of appear offset on Exhibit 5.
Correct, and Kathleen chime in here because we've been doing the directional plans, but I believe they will both be slightly offset to the west.
Do you know how far off the section line they're planned to be?
Probably 550 feet.
I'm talking about the section line wells, the 3840 wells, essentially down the center between the 1920 or just off the 1920.
I believe that's 200-foot offset.
200 feet. Okay.
Yes, sir. I believe that's correct.
And in both cases, that'd be west of the common section line.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Zach, on Exhibit 5, where are your planned surface locations for these two for the north spacing units and then the south spacing unit?
I believe they'd be in the north side in our current development plan for both of them.
You don't show any infill development on the south one. Is there an infill development plan down there?
Yes, there is. I believe we're going to evaluate that as a 1920 acre spacing for the subsequent infill wells.
Yeah, I believe it's been spaced already.
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Yes.
And you'll drill the lease line well in conjunction with infill development in that 1920?
Yes, I believe that's the plan.
Okay, thank you.
That concludes our hearing for case number 31995. This time, why don't we take an hour break for lunch, return at 1:20 p.m. We are back on the record. We'll resume with case number 31996. Application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for Kittleson Slough Bach and Pool to establish an overlapping 2560-acre space unit described as sections 3, 4, 9, and 10, Township 157 North, Range 91 West, Montreal County, North Dakota, and to authorize one horizontal well to be drilled on such unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Tom Throne, P.O. Box 1056 in Sheridan, Wyoming. Appearing in case 31996 on behalf of the applicant, Phoenix Operating LLC. I have three witnesses. One witness who is here, Mark Johnson, who will do the land testimony. Two that are on teams. One is Keith Coffindaffer, and the other is Eric Chevy. Keith will be testifying on geology, and Eric will be testifying as to engineering.
Mr. Johnson, yes, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Mark, would you please state your name and address for the record?
Mark Johnson. My work address is 4643 South Ulster Street, Suite 1510, Denver, Colorado 80237.
And for whom do you work and in what capacity?
Phoenix Operating LLC, and I'm the Executive Vice President of Land, Regulatory, and HSE.
And have you previously been accepted as an expert witness in petroleum land matters?
I have.
And are you familiar with the lands that are subject to this application?
I am.
I would ask that Mr. Johnson be accepted as that of an expert witness in petroleum land matters.
Motion granted.
Did you prepare certain exhibits for this hearing?
I did.
Starting with Exhibit 1, please describe the lands that are subject to this hearing.
Exhibit 1 is just our typical regional map. You can see the proposed 2560 in red in northern Montreal County, North Dakota. As you go to Exhibit 2, it zooms in a little bit further. You can see the proposed 2560 acre spacing unit outlined in red, which is sections 3, 4, 9, and 10 of 15791. And the other black outlined are DSUs we have in the area.
Okay, moving on to Exhibit 3. Would you please describe the ownership of Phoenix Operating?
Exhibit 3 again shows the proposed 2560 acre spacing unit of 3, 4, 9, and 10, 15791, where Phoenix owns 55.7% working interest, and all of the wells in 3, 4, 9, and 10 that you see are currently operated by Phoenix Operating.
And will Phoenix cooperate with the other working interest owners in the proposed spacing unit?
We will.
And did you execute the gas capture affidavit labeled as Exhibit 9?
I did.
I have no further questions and ask for the admission of Exhibits 1, 2, 3, and 9.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Mr. Coffindaffer.
Yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Keith, would you please state your name and address for the record?
Of course. My name is Keith Coffindaffer. My work address is 4643 South Ulster Street, Suite 1510 in Denver, Colorado, 80237.
And for whom do you work?
I work for Phoenix Operating LLC.
In what capacity?
I'm a senior geologist with them.
And have you previously been accepted as an expert witness in petroleum geology?
Yes, sir, I have.
And are you personally familiar with the lands that are subject to this application?
I am.
Would ask that Mr. Coffindaffer be accepted as an expert witness in petroleum geology.
Motion granted.
Starting with Exhibit 4, would you please explain the structure on the middle block and for the subject acreage?
Of course. So this is a structure map on the Middle Bakken subsea elevations, and we can see gently dipping to the southwest monoclinally across the acreage position. And we also see a cross section with type log included in the image with A to A prime.
And is the proposed spacing unit in red?
Yes, sir, it is.
You have a well labeled as the type log on Exhibit 4. Moving to Exhibit 5, would you explain the type log and the cross section?
Of course. So we can see the wells that are involved in the cross section outlined in yellow in the previous exhibit. The type log is the Farhart well on the left, denoted by the A as well. And we can see reservoir properties from this type log down below, where we see an anticipated initial reservoir pressure of 5,700 psi, approximate depth of 9,641 feet, average porosity of 8%, average water saturation 36%, thickness of the Middle Bakken about 42 feet in this area. And using a BOI of 1.5, we calculate an OOIP per section of 7.1 million barrels per section in this area.
And is the Middle Bakken formation present and continuous across the whole spacing unit, proposed spacing unit, excuse me?
Yes, sir, it is. We can see outlined in the cross section from A to A prime that the Middle Bakken, including our Middle Bakken target zone, is indeed continuous across this acreage position.
And from a geologic perspective, if this application is approved, will waste be prevented, Crowler's rights protected, and unnecessary wells prevented?
Yes.
Okay, I have no further questions for Mr. Coffindaffer, and ask that 4 and 5 be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Mr. Shivy.
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
So, Eric, would you please state your name and address for the staff?
Yes. My name is Eric Shivy. I am at 4643 South Ulster Street, Suite 1510 in Denver, Colorado, 80237.
And for whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm with Phoenix Operating LLC. I'm the Vice President of Reservoir Engineering and Corporate Reserves.
And have you previously been accepted as an expert in petroleum engineering?
Yes, I have.
And are you personally familiar with the lands that are subject to this application?
I am.
I would ask that Mr. Shivy be accepted as an expert witness in petroleum engineering.
Motion granted.
Starting with Exhibit 6, would you please describe the wellbore diagram that Phoenix anticipates if this application is approved?
Yes, this is our standard 3-string casing design we use in the Williston Basin. 4.5-inch liners cemented in place. In the Bakken, we would be completing this with 60 frac stages anticipated.
Okay, moving on to Exhibit 7, would you please describe the well that Phoenix hopes to drill if this application is approved?
Yes, this lease line we're applying for today is right on the hard line between sections 3, 4, 9, and 10. I must point out, I just realized this morning that the pad location is actually up in the northeast part of section 4. We would anticipate batch drilling this well with 3 in-unit wells in section 4 and 9 and 4 in-unit wells to the DSU to the north in Q4 of this year.
Okay, moving on to Exhibit 8, please describe the economics you anticipate in drilling and completing this well.
Yes, the economics at the top there summarize our ARPS equation parameters for this well. Anticipated EUR for this 2-mile lateral about 405 MBO, GOR of approximately 1250 SCF per barrel in the area. The economics listed below were running flat $65 oil and $3 Henry Hub gas. D&C costs of approximately $7 million. The variable and fixed
Alex assumed are listed in the table. 8/8 economics with an assumed 20% royalty yields a net income of approximately $6.8 million, internal rate of return of 23%, and a payout of 33 months.
I have no further questions for Mr. Shivy and ask that Exhibit 6, 7, and 8 be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? That concludes our hearing for case number 31996. Case number 31997. Application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for Pilsen Slubach and Pool to establish an overlapping 38-40 acre spacing unit described as sections 21, 22, 27, 28, 33, and 34. Township 158 North, Range 91 West, Montreal County, North Dakota, and to authorize one horizontal well to be drilled on such unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been dismissed. That concludes our hearing for case number 31997. Case number 31998. Application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for Zaalbach and Pool to establish an overlapping 38-40 acre spacing unit described as sections 25, 26, 27, 34, 35, and 36, Township 159 North, Range 101 West, Williams County, North Dakota, and to authorize one horizontal well to be drilled on such unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Mr. Chairman, Tom Throne, P.O. Box 1056 in Sheridan, Wyoming, appearing on behalf of Phoenix Operating LLC in case 31998. I have the same three witnesses in the same capacity.
They're still under oath.
Okay, Mark, would you start with Exhibit 1 and describe the plans that are subject to this application?
Yeah, again, Exhibit 1 is our zoomed out regional map. The proposed DSU is shown in red in the northwest corner of Williams County, North Dakota. As we zoom into Exhibit 2, you can see the proposed spacing unit of sections 25, 26, 27, 34, 35, and 36 of 159-101. And as you go to Exhibit 3 and zoom in even further, you can see the proposed 3840 spacing unit outlined in red, where Phoenix currently owns a 75.8% working interest.
And again, with other applications, will Phoenix cooperate with other working interest owners in developing this spacing unit?
We will.
Do you happen to know whether there have been a 1920 approved for 25, 26, and 27, and also a 1920 approved for 36, 35, and 34?
There has been.
And wells have been authorized?
We do not have any permits approved yet. We're working on getting those permit packages in.
Okay. I have no further questions for Mr. Johnson and would ask that Exhibits 1, 2, 3. Oh, one other question. Did you execute the affidavit attached to Exhibit 9, the gas capture affidavit?
I did.
I would like Exhibits 1, 2, 3, and 9 to be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
Keith.
Yes, sir.
Starting with Exhibit 4, would you please describe the structure of the Middle Bakken in this area?
Of course. So here we see a structure map hung on the Middle Bakken, and it is a subsea TBD structure map, and we see the structure dipping gently to the south-southeast across the proposed spacing unit, and we also see a cross-section called out from A to A prime in yellow.
And you have labeled to the right-hand side the type log?
Yes, that's correct.
Moving to Exhibit 5, please describe the type log as well as the other contents of that exhibit, including the reservoir properties.
Of course. So we see here the three wells involved in the cross-section A to A prime, with the aforementioned type log being included on the right-hand side. We see the gamma ray resistivity and porosity logs included there. And this cross-section does indeed show that the Middle Bakken is present and continuous across the acreage position. The reservoir properties table at the bottom includes properties for the type log. And we anticipate an initial reservoir pressure of about 5,600 psi, approximate depth of 9370 TVD, average porosity of 7.5%, average water saturation of 37%. Average gross thickness of the Middle Bakken is 52 feet in this area, and using a BOI of 1.5, we calculate an OIP per section of 8.3 million barrels per section.
I would ask that exhibits 4 and 5 be admitted into the record and tender the witness for questions from the staff.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
Eric,
Yes.
starting with Exhibit 6, would you please describe the wellbore diagram that Phoenix would anticipate having if this application is approved?
Yes, Exhibit 6, this is a very identical really to the previous case. The only difference is since this is a 3-mile lateral, we anticipate fracking with 80 frac stages.
Okay, moving on to Exhibit 7, would you please describe the development plans Phoenix has for the well requested in this application, but I would also ask you to discuss the drilling plans and development plans for the existing 1920s that Mark talked about. That would be 25, 26, 27, and 34, 35, and 36.
Okay, very good. Yes, you can see in the dashed green there, we're 175 feet. We plan to offset that hard line between the 6 sections. This pad is located, a planned location is in the western central part of section 27. We would be drilling this well in addition to 5 other wells from that pad in Q1 of 2026. The other pad you mentioned, or the other DS you mentioned, 34, 35, and 36, we plan to drill those first. That would actually spud in Q4 of this year, and we plan to drill 5 wells in that unit.
Okay, moving on to Exhibit 8, would you please describe your anticipated economics for these wells?
Yes, so the reserves there listed up top again are the ARPS equation parameters. We're anticipated the EUR of 630 MBO and about a little over 1,000 MMCF of gas. The economics run below, again, it's $65 flat oil and $3 gas. Anticipated DNC for a 3-miler is $10 million. The OPEX parameters are listed again, identical to the previous case, with 8/8 economics, assuming a 20% royalty, net income of about 6.7 million, an internal rate of return of 23%, and a payout of 34 months.
I have no further questions from Mr. Shivy and ask that Exhibits 6, 7, and 8 be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Eric, I believe you said that the development of 34, 35, and 36 would be Q4 of 2025. I might have missed the development timeline of 27, 26, 25. When will that be? And I guess will those be drilled in kind of at about the same time as the lease line well that's proposed?
Correct, Mark. I'll start over again. 34, 35, and 36 will spud first, and that'll be in Q4 of this year. And then we will move up to section 27 and drill 6 wells there. That will spud Q1 of this year. So, or I'm sorry, Q1 of next year. So that the rig will follow immediately after. They'll be done back to that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
That concludes our hearing for case number 31998. Case number 31999. Application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Strandall Butte Bull Butte Bakken Pool to establish a stand-up 3,200 acre spacing unit described as sections 29 and 32, Township 157 North, Range 103 West, and sections 2, 3, and 11, Township 156 North, Range 104 West, Williams County, North Dakota. And authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Tom Throne again, appearing on behalf of Phoenix Operating LLC in case 31999. Again, the same three witnesses.
And they're still under oath.
Mark, starting with Exhibit 1, would you please describe the lands that are subject to this application?
Yeah, Exhibit 1 is our zoomed out regional map showing this pad on the western edge of Williams County, straddling the North Dakota, or touching the North Dakota Montana border. As you go to Exhibit 2, you can see the proposed 3,200 acre spacing unit in red, which is sections 29 and 32 of 157-103, and sections 2, 3, 10, and 11 of 156-104. As you go to Exhibit 3 and zoom further, again, you can see the proposed 3,200 acre spacing unit outlined in red, and Phoenix currently owns a 49.6% working interest.
Could you describe with some specificity which of these 4 sections and 2 half sections that Phoenix owns a working interest in?
We currently have working interest in all 6 sections.
Including 3 and 10?
Yes, sir.
And did you execute the gas capture affidavit attached with Exhibit 9?
I did.
I would ask that Exhibits 1, 2, 3, and 9 be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Mark, would you be able to supply your ownership specific to the individual sections in this case?
Of course, yeah.
Please do.
I mean, I can rattle it off now if you... I don't have it broken down by section, but I have it done by 12-8, like 2 sections. But if you want it by individual section, I can do. I just don't have that in front of me. But
I guess go ahead and give us the 1280 ones and
yeah. So in
section by section, or okay, whatever you've got.
In sections 29 and 32, we own 729 acres. In sections 2 and 11, we own 498 acres. And in sections 3 and 10, we own 366 acres.
That might be enough. I don't think you need to supplement. Thanks.
You can proceed.
Keith,
Yes.
starting with Exhibit 4, would you please describe the structure map on the Middle Bakken for these lands?
Of course. So this is a structure map hung on the Middle Bakken. It's the subsea TBD structure map, as with all the others, and we can see our proposed spacing unit there in red. And in general, the structure in the proposed spacing unit dips to the southwest, deepening to the southwest. And we also see a cross-section denoted 8A prime in the gold colors here as well.
There's one additional item in the caption, the saltwater disposal well that's included on this exhibit that wasn't on the other exhibits. Would you please just identify the location of the saltwater disposal well on this exhibit?
Yes, sir. So you can see in, I believe that is section 21 of 157-103, an example of the saltwater disposal wells in the area. That is just an icon used to denote them.
Okay. And you've labeled your type log?
Yes, sir.
Moving to Exhibit 5, describe the type log as well as the reservoir properties you anticipate encountering.
Of course. So here we see the 3 wells involved in the cross-section 8A prime, with the type log being the center well. This would be the Olson well, and we can see, once again, as with the other cross-sections, we see the gamma ray on the left, the resistivity in the center track, and the density and neutron porosity on the right-hand track. And we can see that it's correlative across the proposed spacing units, including the Middle Bakken targets being correlative and present across the proposed spacing unit. The Olson 3215 reservoir properties, that is the type log reservoir properties, are included in the table below. We anticipate an initial reservoir pressure of 6,200 psi here, approximate depth of 10,349 feet, average porosity of 6.5%, water saturation of 30%, average thickness in a gross sense about 49 feet here, and using a BOI of 1.5, we calculate an OIP per section of 7.5 million barrels per section here.
I have no further question for Mr. Coffindaffer and ask that exhibits 4 and 5 be admitted to the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Eric, beginning with exhibit 6, please describe the wellbore that you anticipate and highlight any differences between this diagram and the others that we have presented.
Sure. Exhibit 6 there is our standard 3-string design. Again, we use in the Williston Basin. As this is planned a 4-mile lateral, we anticipate fracking with 105 to 110 stages, individual stages per well.
Moving on to exhibit 7, would you please describe Phoenix's proposed operations for this proposed spacing unit?
Yes, we're planning the 4 wells in these 6 sections. You can see the anticipated pad location is in the north central part of section 29. We'd be drilling north to south. We start out spacing the wells evenly in the section 29 and 32, and when we get down to the south, we're fanning them out to account for contacting as much reservoir as we can between the laterals. The anticipated spud right now, Tom, is probably going to be Q3 of next year. In good faith, I don't have this firmly planned on one of our 3 rig lines, but I'm working towards that and looking at Q3 of next year, if this were to be granted.
I want you to focus on the bottom sections, and in particular sections 3 and 10. Do you see those on your map?
Yes, I do.
The wells in those 4 sections are farther apart than the wells in 29 and 32, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
From an engineering standpoint, do you believe that the well on the west end that goes through sections 3 and 10 will adequately recover the hydrocarbons in 3 and 10?
We do with this scenario, yes.
Okay, moving on to exhibit 8. Would you please describe the anticipated economics for a well drilled?
Yes, again, these are similar to our other exhibits. This is for a 4-mile lateral in the area. PERPS parameters listed at the top of the table. The oil EUR anticipated for each well is about 620 MBO with a associated gas of about 680 MMCF. This with the 4 wells in this proposed DSU, we plan to recover about 15 to 16% of the oil in place. The economics listed below again run at $65 flat oil and $3 gas. Anticipated D&C cost for each 4-mile lateral is about $11 million. Similar, same OPEX as used in previous exhibits. The 8/8 economics with assumed 20% royalty yields a cash flow of $20.1 million per well, internal rate of return of approximately 46%, and a payout of approximately 34 months.
And I forgot to ask you on the last exhibit, would Phoenix anticipate batch drilling these wells if the application is approved?
Yes, we would.
I would ask that exhibits 6, 7, and 8 be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Mr. Chairman, I don't recall what.
Question.
Oh, okay.
Eric or Mark, will you be able to submit for the record a surveyor's plat that shows what that offset is between the townships?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you.
Eric, looking at your exhibit 7,
Yes, sir.
in the upper part of that, you have numbers 1393. I'm assuming that's the footage between the laterals in the northern part.
That's correct. Yes, assuming 550 off each of the hard lines to the west and east. That leaves us 1393 between the wells.
Do you know what you end up being interwell distance at the southern end of those laterals?
I don't recall offhand. I can certainly provide those numbers to you.
You indicated.
I can get those too.
Yeah, I think I'm going to want them. You indicated to Mr. Throne's question that the one lateral that penetrates 3 and 10 will be sufficient to drain 3 and 10, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you anticipate drilling the well exactly as depicted, or will that jog over into 3 and 10 sooner? Or?
It could jog into 3 and 10 sooner, if you will. There has been discussion that we might do what has been called an S-shaped lateral to kind of curve over into that. So it might not be like the direct diagonal is depicted here.
Yeah, so you might get over into 3 a little bit more aggressively than this is depicted.
Correct. And to be in all fairness too, on Keith talked about the exhibit 4 here, and quite honestly, the geology it's a little bit more complex than other parts of the basin. The dip here is pretty severe. There's some structures here in the Bakken. We've drilled out in this area before on the other side in Montana, but we are running through all those traps right now.
Okay. With the 4 mile lateral and the extra footage that gets added, it's not a lot, but you're adding extra footage by drilling diagonally there. 4 mile laterals you've had to date, any problems getting to bottom, and any problems anticipated with a little bit of extra footage on these?
We don't anticipate it. I think to date now, we're currently, I want to say we're drilling our 7th or 8th 4 mile lateral in North Dakota. We're currently fracking one of a pad of 4 mile laterals. But to answer your question directly, we've not encountered many difficulties drilling 4 milers versus 3 milers. So yes, but you're correct. There will be additional footage because of that diagonal and potentially even more with an S shape in that westernmost wellbore.
Does the S shape complicate it significantly?
Yeah, we have been, we've steered a few wells similar to this in one of our pads already. I believe it was one of the Daniel Ferrari, it was called. We had some turns in the wellbore. 3.5 to 4 mile laterals there.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Tom, it's September 3rd. Ample time to respond to the stats.
Yeah, do you want another exhibit with the distance on the wellbores on the lower sections?
I was going to suggest that. Yes, I can provide that.
Yeah, I think I should probably have one.
Okay, yeah, September 3rd is fine. Is that okay with you, Mark?
Oh, yes.
Yep.
Okay, the record will remain.
I believe I have those numbers written down. I just have to, put them on a cleaner document and send to you.
The record will remain open in this case until September 3rd. That concludes our hearing for case number 31998.
Mr. Chairman, what I was getting ready to say, I don't recall whether I asked for the admission of Exhibit 9, Mark's gas capture affidavit. So,
okay, it's admitted.
Okay.
Case number 31842. Application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for Cottonwood Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping 3840 acre spacing unit described as section 10, 11, 14, 15, 22, and 23, Township 159 North, Range 92 West, Burke County, North Dakota, and to authorize one horizontal well to be drilled on such unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued to our September hearings. Concludes our hearing for case number 31842. Case number 31844. Application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Charbonneau Bakken and or Moline Bakken pools to establish a stand-up 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 18, 19, 30, and 31, Township 149 North, Range 102 West, Kenzie County, North Dakota, and authorize 5 horizontal wells to be drilled on such unit or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Tom Throne, appearing for Phoenix Operating LLC in case 31844. Have the same witnesses.
They're still under oath.
Okay, Mark, starting with Exhibit 1, describe the lands that we are discussing today in this application.
Exhibit 1 is our zoomed out map. You can see the proposed DSU outlined in red in western central McKenzie County, North Dakota. Exhibit 2 zooms in even further to show the proposed 2560 acre spacing unit described as sections 18, 19, 30, and 31 of 149-102. And Exhibit 3 zooms in even further and again shows the proposed 2560 in red, sections 18, 19, 30, and 31 of 149-102, where currently Phoenix has a 53% working interest. I would add this case has been continued for a few months while we worked on a deal with PetroHunt in the area. We have it's not across the finish line, but we do have a deal in place with PetroHunt, which will get us to approximately 87% working interest in this 2560 spacing unit.
And what sections does the deal with PetroHunt cover?
All 4.
I have no further questions for Mr. Johnson and ask that he's, one further question. Did you execute affidavit Exhibit 9?
I did.
I would ask that Exhibits 1, 2, 3, and 9 be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Mark, are there any federal minerals on any of these sections?
There are, I believe, yes.
And do you guys have those leased?
We do not, but I believe they are leased.
Okay. Thank you.
You can proceed.
Keith, starting with Exhibit 4, would you please describe the contents of that exhibit for the staff?
Of course. This is the Middle Bakken structure map. This is a subsea TBD structure map where we can see the proposed spacing units outlined in red, as well as a type log section from A to A prime outlined in gold here. And we can see that the Middle Bakken dips very gently to the east-northeast in this part of the basin across the proposed spacing unit.
Okay, and you have a type log labeled on this exhibit as well?
That's correct, at the A prime marker, yes.
And moving to Exhibit 5, describe the type log as well as the reservoir properties you anticipate in wells drilled on this spacing unit.
Certainly. This is the type log with the 3 wells in question involved in the type section. From A to A prime. We can see the type log is denoted in the A prime location as just mentioned. We can see that the Middle Bakken formation is present and continuous across the proposed spacing unit. And so is our Middle Bakken target interval present and continuous across the proposed spacing unit. And we can see that the Norman Rod is the type log. The Norman Rod 1, we see the reservoir properties for this well below in the table, where we anticipate an initial reservoir pressure of 5,600 psi, approximate depth in TBD of 10,848 feet. Average porosity in the area for the Middle Bakken is 7%. Average water saturation for the formation is 27.1%. Of course, average thickness is 25 feet. Here, and using a BOI of 1.5, we calculate an OOIP per section of 4.5 million barrels per section.
I have no further questions for Mr. Coffindaffer and ask that Exhibits 4 and 5 be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
Okay, Eric, starting with Exhibit 6, please describe your anticipated wellbore and highlight any differences between the other exhibits that you have presented.
Certainly, yes. This is our standard, again, three string casing design used in the Williston Basin. This was identical to the previous case, as we're planning these as 4-mile laterals, anticipated fracking 105 to 110 stages.
Okay, moving on to Exhibit 7, please describe your anticipated drilling proposal.
Yes, we have indicated here 5 wells we plan to drill in unit, offsetting the west and east 550 feet with inner well spacing of approximately 1,045 feet. The pad, again, it's located up in the north central part of Section 18. We'd be drilling north to south. I would add that we plan to batch drill these in Q1 of 2026.
Okay, moving on to Exhibit 8, please describe your anticipated economics.
Yes, on the top table there, again, are some ARPS parameters to yield the anticipated EUR per well of 700 MBO with an associated gas of 860 MMCF. This is with the 5 wells, that's an anticipated recovery factor of right around 19%. Economics are run below at $65 flat oil, $3.50 gas. D&C cost of $11 million per well, similar OPEX to previous cases, $77.5 per barrel of oil variable, and a fixed OPEX averaging $7,500 per well per month. The 8/8 economics, assuming a 20% royalty, yields a cash flow of right around $23 million per well. That yields an internal rate of return of 38% and a payout of approximately 35 months.
I have no further questions for Mr. Shivy and ask that Exhibit 6, 7, and 8 be admitted into the record.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? That concludes our hearing for case number 31844. Case number 31812. Application of Dakota Energy LLC for an order amending the applicable orders to the Climax Bakken Pool, Williams County, North Dakota, to 1. Establish stand-up 1920 acre spacing units for sections 4, 9, and 16 and sections 5, 8, and 17, Township 158 North, Range 102 West, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled on each such unit, and 2 for such other relief as is appropriate.